speakers, learned delegates from different states across India and the country, competent academicians, fellow teachers, erudite scholars, benefactors, sponsors, well-wishers, administrative crew, supporting staff, press and media, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students. A pleasant morning to you all and a cordial welcome to this curtain raiser, the inaugural session of the much awaited two-day international conference on transformations and transitions, emerging trends in literature and language studies, hosted by the Department of English, KLEF Deemed University, Vaddeshwaram, Andhra Pradesh. Every institution has a history that serves to anchor the beliefs and values that directs the destinies of those who live and work within it. The past represents the achievements, the joys, the growth-producing and capacity-building processes, the journeys and quests that make academic life more meaningful and challenging and awesome. In effect, therefore, university life is one in which pathways are constantly redesigned, roadmaps recharted, academics flavored, and skills sharpened. And Koneru Lakshmaya Education Foundation, deemed to be university, is no exception to this, since every student and staff experiences an academic ambience clubbed with a fragrance of professionalism and empowering environment to study and work. Martin Luther King Jr. stated, "The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character. This is the goal of true education." And Theodore Roosevelt said, "A man who has never gone to school may steal from a freight car, but if he has a university education, he may steal the whole railroad." Dear comrades, these words of the two eminent orators are apt and true for KLEF, as it provides a holistic education to learners who come in a raw, primitive state of innocence, but eventually are honed in all aspects of curricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. That, on their completion, every student is successful and their all-round personality is reaped with a meaningful harvest. Undoubtedly, KLEF is the one name that shines with an incandescent brilliance in the global map today, illuminating young and budding engineers with fund of knowledge for life and not just academics. Thanks to the master craftsman, the architect, the sculptor, the artist, and whatnot, Koneru Lakshmaya, who has created a rightful place in carving out realistic portraits for this accomplished storehouse of knowledge in the world today. The department owes its immense gratitude to the founder of this stalwart university and the inheritors who are treading the same line to produce quality education. Hence, on this red letter day, in the annals of KL University, and the department, I take this golden moment to have the honored task of inviting the guests onto the dais. Leadership is not a person or position. I'm sorry. I am no bird, and no net ensnares me. I am free human being with an independent will. These words are very apt to describe the person of the woman behind the whole show, the two-day conference. Yes, dear friends, this academic gathering wouldn't have been possible without the diligent and systematic efforts put by a staunch lady with an invincible and independent willpower. May I have the pleasure of calling upon Dr. K.K. Sunalini, Associate Professor and the convener of the conference, to occupy the seat on the dais. I invite our full-time scholars to offer floral greetings to our dear Madam. Leadership is not a person or a position. It is a complex moral relationship between people based on trust, obligation, commitment, emotion, and a shared vision of the good. This is very true of our head of the Department of English, a woman who is very simple, cooperative, helpful, and maintains a healthy relationship with all in the department. On this occasion, we are glad to invite our Madam, Dr. K. Vishnudivya, HOD, Associate Professor, BOS Chairman, on to the dais. I invite Preeti to welcome ma'am with a flower bouquet. Leaders are not born, but they are made. Yes, this is also very true of our dear coordinator, Dr. Sivaganga Prasad sir, who is leading the freshman engineering department with his skillful and meticulous caliber. Sir, we have the pleasure of inviting you to come on to the dais. I call upon Sai Sri full-time scholar to offer floral greetings to our dear sir. Warren G. Bennis exclaimed, "Leadership is a capacity to translate vision into reality." On this solemn occasion, I feel highly elated to invite a visionary leader who works consistently with commitment and care for the growth of this university. May I have the great honor of inviting the Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Professor Jagannath Rao sir, to come on to the dais. Thank you, sir, for being with us despite your busy schedule. May I call upon Sarah Grace, full-time scholar, to honor sir with a flower bouquet. It's time to welcome and honor And at this juncture, I feel privileged and proud of acknowledging the presence of all the resource persons and plenary speakers who have made it for this mega event today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged and excited about the time and the knowledge that they are going to spend with us in different sessions and in disseminating their knowledge. May I now have the pleasure of inviting Professor Dinesh K. Nair, Professor and Head of the Department, V.G. Ways College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Mumbai, to come on to the dais. I call upon Sri Devi, full-time scholar, to welcome Sir with a bouquet of flowers. Thank you, sir. It's my privilege to invite Professor Kalpana, Dean, Faculty of Arts, Education and Social Sciences, Jai Narayan University, Jodhpur, to take the seat on the dais. I invite Pallavi, 2nd MA English, to offer floral greetings to our dear madam. Thank you, ma'am, for being here with us. I am immensely happy to invite Professor Prantik Banerjee, Hislop College, Nagpur, Maharashtra, to come on to the dais. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presence. I call upon Gautami to welcome sir with a flower bouquet. I am very humbled and proud to invite Professor Kamal Mehta, Department of English and Comparative Studies, Saurashtra University, Rajkot, Gujarat, to take the chair on the dais. I call upon Sujana, 2nd MA English, to welcome sir with a bouquet of flowers. I invite all the dignitaries to please be seated. More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of, said Alfred Lord Tennyson. I call upon our dear students of Swara Club to seek the blessings of the heavenly muses with an invocation through a prayer song. I request all the dignitaries on and off the stage to rise to the devotion.
महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि 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 वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दित वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दित महागणपतिं महादेवसुतं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं कोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियम् महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकप्रियं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकप्रियं महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दित महागणपतिम्
Thank you, students, for that melodious song and seeking the blessings of the Almighty. Lighting a lamp signifies the awakening of consciousness and pursuit of truth. It embodies the dispelling of darkness, of ignorance, and awakening the light of knowledge. I'm elated to invite all the dignitaries on the stage to light the ceremonial lamp. May the Lord spread the burning light to all and fill them with the warmth of His love. Thank you, sirs and madams, for dispelling the darkness and lighting the light. Now it's time for our Head of the Department of English, Dr. K. Vishnudivya, to formally welcome the August gathering.
Honorable Pro-Chancellor Jagannath Rao sir, respected FED Coordinator Shubhanga Prasad sir, resource people on the dais, the guests invited speakers, convener Dr. Sunali Gupta, of course the co-convener Dr. K.D. Borila, sponsors, publishers, and the delegates who have arrived from different parts of India, and the English faculty fraternity on campus, supporting staff. Good morning to you all. On behalf of KLUF, Department of English, and the English fraternity that is spread out in KLUF, the head of the Department of English, Dr. Divya, I warmly welcome you all to this 2-day international conference, which is Transformations and Transitions, Emerging Trends, Literature and Language Styles. What diverse confluence of people and resources I see here today in front of me. I humbly thank all the conference delegates for your wonderful response in terms of your papers, which you have sent, full papers, and also for your physical presence here today. You've sent papers on so many diverse and emerging themes. That's really a wonderful thing. Dear delegates, at the outset, I wish you all a very rich, transformative knowledge exchange on these 2 days of the conference. To present a very brief profile of what we are doing in the department, the mission and the vision that we have set for ourselves and we are driving forward. The department is committed to fostering critical thinking, effective communication, and cultural literacy among students and faculty. It is a mission to equip engineering students with language skills and interdisciplinary perspectives necessary for success in a globalized world. Through a rigorous academic program, which runs for not just first years, but for the second and third years as well, and innovative teaching methods and scholarly research which we are pursuing in the department, with over 85 full-time and with over 85 research scholars, some of them full-time and most of them part-time, working on different and varied themes like digital humanities, global literatures, environmental humanities, cultural and critical theory, gender and queer studies, post-colonial and decolonial studies, health humanities, digital storytelling, language acquisition, and multilingualism. With all this, we aim to cultivate a community of lifelong learners who appreciate the power of language to inspire, innovate, and transform the environment around. Our department's vision is to be a leading hub for the study and practice of English language and literature within the context of engineering education. We have introduced mandatory Cambridge LinguaSkill Global Certification for all first-year students of BTech to empower them with competitive oral and written skills at an early stage of their engineering education. The curriculum of the university engages and facilitates the students to learn necessary competencies, which in turn help them excel as ethical leaders, creative thinkers, and effective communicators in diverse settings. By fostering a dynamic intellectual environment that values interdisciplinary collaboration and promotes social responsibility, we seek to contribute to the advancement of knowledge and the betterment of society through the power of language and literature. Our department, English, plays a pivotal role in supporting the budding engineers convey complex technical concepts to diverse stakeholders. The faculty of the department, we are a strong team of almost 35 faculty. We try to equip the engineering students with the necessary linguistic and rhetorical tools that are required for their success. On the research front, once again, the faculty researchers in the department actively collaborate with faculty from other engineering streams, not just within the university, but also from outside, working on cross-cutting initiatives to develop innovative pedagogical approaches and projects. These initiatives that integrate technical and humanistic perspectives to address complex societal challenges such as sustainability, ethics, and social justice are already underway with the encouragement of the administration and management of the university. In conclusion, dear all, we, the Department of English, stand committed to address challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, learn from challenges and opportunities, and we are trying to work more vigorously on different platforms to drive forward the boundaries of knowledge. As we look to the future, we remain dedicated to fostering dynamic and inclusive academic community. I finally thank all once again for making this happen today, who have actively contributed immensely to the conference these 2 days. We wouldn't be here without you all. That is one, and we look forward. We all look forward. We, the department, the university, all we look forward to continued collaboration and growth in the years to come. I wish you all great learning on both of the days of the conference, and thank you all once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving the brief profile of the department. Now it's time to listen to the convener of the conference, Dr. K.K. Sunalini, to give the report of the conference and enlighten the audience regarding the aim and objectives of why this mega event is held.
Good morning to the dignitaries, all the participants, and my dear colleagues. A warm welcome to Transformations and Transitions, Emerging Trends in Language and Literature Studies. Ultimately, the day has come for transformations. So, let me just brief of what this conference, international conference, is about. It has taken its seed on December 22nd, and within 22 days, 23 days, on January 31st, 2024, brochure was released. On war footing, the department has spread the viral news across India. We had so many responses all over India. Majority of them are from online and majority are from their offline. So I'll just try to tell what is really happening now. Literature and language studies is undergoing a period of dynamic change in social structures, globalized approaches in understanding and analyzing various texts of languages which have their impact on society. This international conference aims to explore these emerging trends, fostering dialogue among scholars and charting the future course of these crucial academic disciplines. We all know how the COVID situation has brought about enormous change in the attitudes of people. There we understood the importance of digital learning or digital platforms or sharing and caring because we have become aloof from the society. But still, we were not aloof. We all could meet online on Google Meets, WebEx and all. So that was the real situation where English people or English department or faculty or researchers have come to the foreground. So when we talk about the objectives of this present day conference, it's to examine how technological advancements like digital humanities, AI, artificial intelligence are transforming literary and linguistic analysis. To investigate the global migration, cultural change, and social movements on language and literature. To explore new theoretical frameworks for interpreting and critiquing text in ever-evolving world. I was really wondered when I saw the profile of Dan Brown. He is a chef. He is the master of 2 books. Actually, we tried to have online speaking, but we could not trace him because they are great figures. You see how literature is vast spread to every field around the globe. So, and next, the audience of this conference are professors, researchers from literature, language studies, related fields, history, philosophy, cultural studies. We know that English is a multidisciplinary field. We are everywhere and we are universal solvents. Without us, nothing can happen. So it is also for independent scholars and researchers, and we got huge responses from all these people, professors, faculty members, research scholars, students, and everybody. Now, we have received huge response from these people, and their areas are like blue humanities, cyber literature, graphic literature, Twitter fiction, queer studies, LGBT representation, marginality, cultural text, post-feminist voices, diaspora perspectives, even kitchen literature, which is emerging, Dalit narratives, ecofeminism, animal studies, zoo criticism, phytocriticism, crypt theory, disability studies, green ELT, green ELT, that was the lecture given by Dan Barber. I was talking about the chef, master chef. So task-based learning. So all these areas, we got papers in all these areas, and we also brought out some of the papers in the book form. And we have received huge response on petrofiction. You have a guest lecture on petrofiction. You have guest lecture on energy, humanities, digital media, and also Indian poetics. We thought that the history is also very much important. Though we march towards technology and all, we have to remember our stalwarts who has laid foundations to English literature. So we also included Indian poetics in the part of guest lectures, disciplinary lectures. So in this connection, as we brought out two books from Authors Press, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Authors Press, publishers of scholarly and creative books and journals. Our special gratitude to His Excellence Sudarshan Kacheri for believing in this project and helping to bring two books, namely, and they are edited by Dr. Sunalini and Dr. KB Glory. And the second book is edited by Dr. Farad. And we have compiled into two books. And I should also thank them for their meticulous, the Authors Press and their team for their meticulous copy editing and commitment to quality publishing, which were invaluable throughout the entire process. That was really fantastic from the cooperation of Sudarshan Kacheri sir. He has brought out the books in only 20 days. I really bow my head before him. The presentations, when we talk about the presentations, they are in hybrid mode so as to facilitate the research scholars and faculty who are from distant places, who cannot travel because of their busy schedule, their classworks and everything. So, in fact, we have to thank the COVID experience for making a strong and technically operating the online platforms for academic advances. Parallel online sessions for 2 days are 14. 14 parallel sessions we have online with 125 presentations. Each presentation we have 8 to 9 scholars. And the platform is Google Meet. And parallel on-campus sessions for 2 days are 8 with around 72 presentations, and these are all registered candidates. And now we also have spot registrations whose sessions will also be included. With these few concluding remarks about the conference, I take proud prestige for being part of KL University, which is a world-class university well reputed for its 100% campus placements, research collaborations with greenery, excellent buildings, infrastructure, and discipline, dedication, and everything including spirituality. I thank the Chief Patrons, President K. Satyanarayana Garu, Secretary Ms. Kanchana Lata Garu, Vice Presidents K. Havish Lakshman Garu, Koneru Rajaharin Garu, for their huge support in planning this conference just in 2 months. I thank our VC sir, R&D departments. I thank Jagannath sir for their constant support. I thank Professor Jagadish Annegaru, CCO, KLU, and Director FED, who is man behind this conference. And his support from the very beginning of this event is invaluable. With these remarks, I would like to conclude, and I wish you all stay a very happy moment in this KL University. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for that very comprehensive report of the conference. And all the delegates sitting here on and off the stage, including the Pro Chancellor, should agree that English is everyone's cup of coffee. Without English, we cannot rule the world. So, English literature, English language, okay, they play a very vital role. And in fact, language comes from literature. So, as teachers of English, as scholars of English, let us not forget this truth that English will prevail always, eternally. Thank you once again. Francis Bacon stated, some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, some few to be chewed and digested. We come to the much awaited part of the program, and that is the book release. The Department of English is proud to announce that 2 edited volumes have been published with the contribution of scholarly articles by varied authors from different states. The book is published by one of the leading publishers, as stated by the convener of the conference, the Authors Press. This displays the caliber and research potential of the faculty of the department to a committed task. I request the Pro-Chancellor to release the book. I also have this opportunity to invite all the other guests on the days to accompany our dear sir in releasing the book. I invite Dr. KB Glory, one of the editors, also to come on to the days and have the privilege of getting the book. I also invite Dr. Farhat to accompany the guests on the days. I invite our dignitaries to stay there for the release of the second book, please. So thank you, sirs and madams. That's really awesome. It's a momentous phase for the Department of English, Yale University, and all the delegates from outside India and the country to listen to the sweet words of our Pro Chancellor, Professor Jagannath Rao sir. Before I invite him formally to address the gathering and give the inaugural address, I request Dr. Twinkle, Assistant Professor, Department of English, to give a profile of our dear sir. Sorry, there is a little a change. So we now invite our esteemed Pro Chancellor, Professor Jagannath Rao sir, to give his inaugural address.
Good morning to all of you. Let me at the outset congratulate all the faculty of English department and all the students of English department for the wonderful networking to make this conference a grand success. My warm welcome to the dignitaries on the dais, dear faculty and my dear students. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to always interact with English professors for two reasons. Though I am not an English professor, but I am basically a neuroscientist, but I have interaction very effectively on two occasions. One, when I was heading as advisor to the President of Panama to build institutions, which is predominantly a Spanish country. So I want to transform the institutions, but also start the first PhD program in Latin America in English. That's what my dream I proposed to the President. So my job is to bring English people to make these things to happen. So we have hired a university from US which came and effectively educated our students in a matter of 1 year. So they were learning science, also they were learning English. So we made them very effective, two leaders globally. Why we made that? Away from Spanish, because we want to build them as true global leaders. Today, Panama is one of the leading institutions we have, which is away from Spanish, but publishing in top journals internationally. Language is a must, and English is predominant in this process. The second important aspect as a neuroscientist, we were working because we try to understand human behavior, human psychology. We found language is a very effective parameter to predict the early problems of the brain in humans. So actually this came last 10 years. The way you speak comes from your brain because that turns on, turns off your language processing. Way you use the words and how many times you repeat a simple word makes us to understand your psychological impressions. So then we started, debating on this process because I'm being part of Harvard Medical School. So we debated on this process. Now we said, okay, we have to build that English is not just a language. English is an indication of your brain activity, your health condition, your mindset. That's why you see when people write poetry, they write in a very different fashion. If I ask you to write something, you write something. You ask another person to write, you write something. Same object. But the mindset is going to be variable after that. When Madam, Divya Madam, I should congratulate actually Soganga Prasad Garu and Divya Madam, Sonali Madam. When Divya Madam, Sonali Madam came with this topic, I was said this is close to my heart. Transitions are going on in the world. And soon, English language is going to be a part of health sector. It's not going to be away. That's why I was talking to our president because we have a young faculty here uh, working with me very briefly onto that and that powerful department. So I made her crazy to understand certain things on brain, how repeat of words indicates your health condition. So that's something unusual. Now we started globally working on that process. And I was talking to health president, that we need to develop something which is not heard. That innovations make universities globally strong. You know why Harvard, MIT, all these institutions have become leaders? Not just because they're academic parameters. They are the guys who have invented new things which nobody has done. So I always classically I tell an example how universities or NEP also allows that, but still universities need to take forward. I was just telling, I was in the Harvard board for a master program. So we have a student came from Ethiopia. She came with a problem. She was admitted at Harvard. She was admitted because her problem was very strong. Okay. And then she presented to us that she wanted to do a master program in solving her problem. She's not interested in reading your book or your syllabus. She said, I want to understand this and I want to resolve this problem. That's why I came to Harvard because Harvard has such an opportunity. So how to make this girl to set her syllabus? So we asked the girl, you set up your syllabus. What you learn in chemistry, what you learn in language, what you learn anything. And she made some things and we set up a syllabus and we gave 2 years time. After 2 years, we went back for evaluation. Harvard has a culture. Somebody who is, because students are the one most innovative. They have no boundaries. This faculty we always think, but students are the one. So that girl has given a talk, 2 hours with 2 slides only. One is before Harvard, another is after Harvard. Only 2 slides. She gave 2 hours lecture, and we asked any questions, any interaction. There's one guy who is a venture capitalist. He raised his hand and said, I'm going to invest $5 million on this girl because she solved a very important problem. Then I said, we don't need any exam, we don't need any evaluation. The girl qualified. Imagine in the process, she learned a lot of language because 2 hours with one slide. Imagine she need to explain a lot of memorization of it. She's not by hearting anything, honestly. She just explained. So that is the power of English language. So now we in the Yale University, we are going to develop interdisciplinary models. Like A in medicine, we are going to start an international center in collaboration with France and other people. And then we are also including health humanities, one of the concepts because of the brain center we are planning. We would like to have because we don't have enough technology available to test whether you are normal or mentally ill. Very difficult to tell for anyone to be a doctor because we don't have any tests to transfer. So we are trying to use different technologies. That English is going to be a part of that technologies we would like to use, and we'll be happy that department and ourselves, we will soon have health humanities as symposium here, especially speaking about language and brain. So that's where we are going to look for. Let us expose new ideas, new thoughts, the minds of young people. That's inspiration. Because if you don't open up new ideas, new thoughts, the dream of India to be global leader by 2047 is a big challenge. It's a big challenge. That's why the government of India is taking the forward steps onto that, creating mission projects so you don't work on a small project. You work on a mission project. By 2047, India has to become leader technically. So that's the dream we have. And all the universities are going to play a very dynamic role. What you see universities now, what you see universities in the next 5 years is going to change. This is not going to be same. It's going to change because people have to be developed into new growth and new innovative and new championship models. With this, I should congratulate once again to Venkata Garu and Priya Madam. My special congratulations to Sonali Madam because being a woman, I am very proud because this is a woman's month also in my day. Because in 2 months, I'm surprised you made 2 books. I don't know how many hours you worked honestly, but really congratulating you, madam. And we really give a big applause to Sonali madam for that excellent job. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir, for acknowledging that English is the alpha and the omega. And, sir, on behalf of the HOD of the department, with one voice, we promise you that certainly the Department of English will help you, help the university sustain, nourish, and take the university to its zenith. Thank you so much, sir. We also look forward to your support for the Department of English. Thank you once again. I now have the honor of inviting the quiet yet dynamic coordinator of Freshman Engineering Department, Dr. Sivaganga Prasad sir, to give his greetings and blessings on the seminar.
Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Professor Jagannath Rao, guest of honors of today's conference, dignitaries on the dais, participants from various places, faculty from Department of English, last but not least, my dear students, very good morning to one and all. Today, actually, I am very happy about this particular wonderful gathering on the occasion of this international conference on exchange of this transformation, knowledge and literature. Really, recent for past 2 years, the importance of literature is also experienced by me. For past 7 years, I am also one of the evaluators for Springer's community and Elsevier community technical papers. But I have seen recent 2 years, a set of evaluators for a particular conference, maybe experts from technical people. In addition to that, I have seen the literature experts also. So it means it is a very challenging task to write a technical paper even right now. We have to take care about the literature content also in that one. That's what they kept. The literature experts are also as the evaluators in that particular technical, what is that? These Springer journals and all. I'm very happy about that. So you know that importance of the literature experts and the literature quality is also a part and parcel of this technical papers to evaluate. It is also become a one of the parameters to evaluate to select the papers. Very happy about that. And you know the after Corona, the conduction of the conferences, especially the international conferences, bit easy because the blended mode, the online offline is also comes into the picture. So even earlier, it is very difficult to invite the some stalwarts or experts physically to come out for a conference from long distance. Right now, they are comfortably giving their valuable lectures through online, and participants are also enjoying such one. I'm very happy. One way I must thank to Corona also because after Corona only this kind of trend is come to the picture, and even also we are very happy and comfortable to conduct this kind of conferences. I know since several years, I know the Department of English. I know the leadership of Lavanya Garu, Lata Garu, and right now the Divya Madam. I didn't have any doubt in my mind in their leadership. The Department of English will grow fantastically in future also. They have a wonderful PhD students and scholars also. And you know, every faculty in the Department of English is a very experienced faculty. They themselves having their own individuality and uniqueness to develop their department. Definitely, these kind of the things you can expect many more in future. lecture also. From my side, Fed, definitely our cooperation, our head sir and myself always will come forward to give our experience to development and part and parcel of activities. So thanks for giving this opportunity. I'm very happy for congratulating each and every person here as an organizer for grand success of this conference for these 2 days. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your support always and for the sweet words about the department. Definitely, we will also collaborate and extend our support to you in whatever manner the Fed department expects and requires from us. Thank you so much, sir, for your blessings and greetings. We now come to the much awaited program, the most important part of any seminar. Any guesses? Yes, the keynote address. We have Professor Dinesh K. Nair, Professor and Head of the Department, VG West College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Mumbai. And before I invite him formally to give the keynote address, I call upon Dr. D. Twinkle to introduce the keynote speaker to the audience.
A very good morning to one and all. Dr. Dinesh Kumar Nair is a professor, Dean Research and Head of the Department of English at VG Wage College of Arts, Science and Commerce in Mumbai, India. Dr. Nair is a distinguished educator and researcher with an illustrious career spanning over 3 decades in the field of English language and literature. With a profound commitment to academic excellence and a passion for nurturing intellectual growth, Dr. Nair has made significant contributions to various facets of English education, research, and publication. With 31 years of experience spanning from 1992 to till date, Dr. Nair has been deeply immersed in the realm of English education, dedicating his career to teaching and research across various academic levels. His expertise extends from undergraduate to postgraduate and research-oriented studies, covering a diverse array of subjects within the English discipline. Having a doctoral degree in African American literature from the University of Mumbai, Dr. Nair's teaching and research interests and research supervision encompass a wide range of subjects including African American literature, Mexican fiction, mashup fiction, Chinese American fiction, critical peace theory, critical theory, trauma studies, pain studies, masculinity studies, culinary cultural politics, business communication, journalism, cyber criticism, and many more. He has published numerous articles in academic journals on various topics. He has presented more than 35 research papers and published more than 40 articles in international peer-reviewed Scopus and UGC care-listed journals such as Atlantic Quarterly, University News, Research Spectrum, Research Drops, and in critical anthologies on Alice Walker, Amitav Ghosh, Kamala Das, and South Asian literature. He edited 9 books on a variety of topics. World War I Sanitary Insights is his recent book. He has also co-authored and edited 3 books for the University of Mumbai, Linguistic and Stylistic Analysis of Text, Translation Studies, and Literary Theory. He is also a member of the editorial board of several journals. He has guided 23 students for their MPhil degrees, 6 scholars are working with him for their doctoral degrees, and 8 have been awarded PhD. In addition to his teaching and research activities, Dr. Nair is also involved in several professional organizations. He has also been the resource person and keynote speaker in various national and international conferences. To name a few of his talks, Foodways and Gustatory Identities in Migration, Emerging Areas of Research in American Literature and Culture, Ethnicity in Diaspora, Cultural Capitalism and Indian English Fiction, and many more to add the list. He has organized A NAC sponsored national level seminar on SSS and has completed RUSA's Train the Trainer program. He is a member of BOS of 3 universities and 3 autonomous colleges. He has also been involved in mentoring and training corporate employees at L&T Infotech, ACT Logistics, and Price Nishatech. Throughout his career, Dr. Nair has remained committed to fostering academic excellence through innovative teaching methodologies, rigorous research guidance, and active engagement with students. His efforts in curriculum development, training programs, and consultancy reflect his dedication to enhancing the educational landscape and preparing students for the challenges of the modern world. Dr. Nair's journey as an educator and researcher continues to evolve, driven by a relentless pursuit of excellence and a profound commitment to nurturing the intellect of future generations. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Twinkle. I was wondering how you will be able to cut short the profile, because this morning I was just going through and it is a 53-page profile that Sir possesses. So once again, hats off to you, sir, for having a very enriching curriculum vitae or resume or profile. I don't know what to call it. So it is left to the discretion of the audience. And once again, congratulations, sir. We hope to follow your footsteps and ensure that we also enhance our curriculum vitae. Though it may be difficult, but still we will follow. So now I formally and happily welcome the keynote speaker, Professor Dinesh K. Nair, to give his keynote address.
Very good morning, all of you. At the outset, let me put on record my highest sense of appreciation to the team KLT. And I guess I've been a part of this team, so I feel so much at home because I've been a part of the BOS, and then I've had a series of interactions with the faculty. So I must begin by expressing my deepest sense of gratitude. Pro-Chancellor Dr. Rao, Dr. Prasad, who coordinates, I think, humanities, the entire team of faculty members of the Department of English, Dr. Sonalini, who has been in touch with us and not just being in touch, but giving us directions at times, even strictures, so that we've been quite on the toes to kind say that. Yes, great. And I've been given to understand that there are more than 170 participants who have registered for this conference, half of them probably joining online and presenting papers. There are at least 15 parallel sessions, I guess, online and offline together. Then there are about 40 teachers in the department and nearly 100 students, research students in the department. These figures are truly astronomical, according to me. They are by no means something that can be just glossed over and then somebody can say that these are very big numbers. Something more than that. I've titled my session as Oceanic Narratives, Blue Humanities, and Tropical Fiction, quite in consistence with the kind of vision that we have of transformation and the new directions in the studies. So this is an emerging area, variously known as oceanic studies, blue humanities, blue cultural studies, and so on. So what I intend to do here is, with whatever time limit that I have, I'll be speaking largely about the making of blue humanities or nautical humanities. Then I will also be, if possible, looking at a lot of oceanography. Then maybe marine conservation, issues of marine conservation, and if time permits, a bit of literature as well. So that's how interdisciplinary it could be. While I was thinking about an opening, how do I open this domain? Yesterday we chanced upon seeing a photograph kept in our guest house, a huge photograph with a prototype of the building, and behind that a very smoothly flowing river-like water body. We thought about that as a river. Then we were corrected by the person at the reception saying that that's a canal. That's a canal built during the colonial time called the Buckingham Canal. Buckingham Canal, then that it caught my attention because I thought, where would I anchor my talk? Or rather, where would I steer all of you into? So I got a kind of an opening. I got a waterway. So I thought I will start with that. It's a very interesting canal that later I found out, which runs to an unbelievable 1,100 kilometers and constructed over, I would say, over 80 years. The construction which started in 1802 under the British India, and it was completed in 1882. 80 years of construction to extend this to the current 1,100 kilometers. It's one of the largest and the longest freshwater navigation canals in India, which connects, interestingly, you could say, it connects and it runs parallel to very interesting water body, a kind of an estuary, I would call it as an ecotone overlap of two different ecosystems. That's the backwaters of called Coromandel backwaters. It runs parallel to. And this was once in the entire 19th century, it was a major route by which bulky commodities were transported from the mainland of Telangana region and Andhra and Telangana region to the coastal region of Tamil Nadu. That's lots of these goods and commodities reached Chennai. So that's how just a canal can lead you into a kind of history. And if you discount this canal, probably the trade history of the colonial India would remain incomplete. This is all what I want to talk about. Now, what has happened gradually to this canal is also something worth studying. It was used once for navigation. Bigger boats, sailboats used to ply across this. Now, currently, with the development of other modes of transportation, the canal became redundant. Of course, faster modes of transportation. What has happened is the canal has become redundant, and the local self-government of many places, majorly located in the Krishna and Godavari deltas, they are used to flash floods. All of you know that better than me. Now, these canals are used as buffer zones now to some extent alleviate the effect of floods so that the water gets pumped into these canals. A different use, nonetheless, the canal still stands. Look at that. If you look at the history, the micro history of a canal and its construction, it tells you about the colonial India. It tells you about the post-colonial, so-called post-colonial Indian situation and so on. It leads you into a story, into a history all by itself. So this is where it begins. Well, I begin with a couple of visuals because I am a huge believer in art which gets rendered mostly in the visual forms. There is a kind of painting, a different genre of painting, which is called marine paintings. It's very popular these days even in India, but it all started with one school of painting in the US. We'll talk about these two painters a little bit and then this painting and then come to my textual details. Before going into that, we may have a question. Why oceans? Why suddenly we are turning to oceans? In the 21st century, particularly, there has been a turn, oceanic turn in the studies, in cultural studies. Suddenly, when people realize two things. One, ocean is largely an under-theorized domain. Though 72% of the planet's surface is covered with water and water bodies, it's not been commented upon, it's not been studied upon sufficiently. Secondly, even under the influence of environmentalism and environmental studies, we have eco-criticism. I wouldn't be talking about the conventional eco-criticism, but I'll be talking about blue eco-criticism. Ocean is the most polluted domain. Though, since it doesn't affect us directly, we may not think about that. The amount of pollution that we have in ocean is far more than what we have in. So these two reasons were sufficient enough, compelling enough for many scholars to look into what is called oceanic studies, blue humanities, blue cultural studies, and so on. So to put things in perspective, we try and understand why oceans, why these water bodies. So my entire talk probably will have a sinuous course rather than a straight line because I've decided to follow the waterways. So there are 5 oceans. Of course, I wouldn't name them. All of you know that. Starting with Atlantic, the Great Pacific, Indian Ocean, and so on. And there is also a concept of world ocean. World is one ocean. Okay, these water bodies are connected. Whether we divide it for probably our own cartographic familiarity and convenience, but these oceans are connected as there is a concept of what is called world ocean, which has emerged. And apart from that, we talk about 7 seas, Saat Samundar, typical statement in 7 big seas. Apart from that, it is said that technically the planet is covered with 113 smaller seas and various other water bodies. and the 72% of the planet is made of water. Very similar, something similar between, we come to that just a little later. Human body is a microtidal representation of this. More than 70% of our own body weight is enough. And we also have the microtidal variations like the tidal variations that we have. So there's some theorization with that point. Now coming to my current slide, the marine paintings, one made by Thomas Cole and the other one by Winslow, Homo. Speak a little bit about this. Before that, the term seascape, because this is the beginning of what is called depicting seascapes in painting. Started in the 19th century majorly. Seascape is a word which has been inspired from sea, like landscape takes its inspiration from. So this shift was made possible by one of the great British American painter of the name Thomas Cole, who founded this very famous school of painting called Hudson River School of Art, which was very instrumental even in the birth of transcendentalism in American literature. So you could relate that to transcendental painting. And Homer, on the other hand, is another American painter who introduced a series of marine subjects in his painting. And the painting on the other extreme, with a boat on that, is titled Fog Warning. And his paintings normally are rich with these seascapes, sailors, characters become different, sailors, seamanship, the idea of seamanship, kind of heroism in a way, different kind of heroism. So this is what I want to begin with. There is a shift that we find even. Some of you could identify with this slide, the next one, which is a spectacular phenomenon that you can very often witness in the sea, called bioluminescence. My basic submission in this entire talk is that literature can lead to this spectacular experience of bioluminescence very often if we read closely into the scene, the depiction of scene. Bioluminescence, if you know that happens on the land also, all the fireflies that we find, what we call the glowworm, so they emit light. Some of these creatures have that ability. And bioluminescence in sea is made possible with this emission of light from many marine organisms, which include even jellyfish and even microorganisms like bacteria and fungi. All of them are able. These are some photographs which are spectacular experiences that lead to some spectacular experiences. With that, I would enter my watery literary investigation. Not watered, but watered. Probably it all begins with, in the context of world literature, it all begins with Herman Melville. His classics are all set in the sea, Moby Dick and Captain Ahab and all these characters. And Melville had gone on record at one point to say that meditation and water are wedded forever. A very interesting statement, that meditation and water are wedded forever. So that's kind of a deep running connection. From Melville, I take a leap across the millennium and come to a contemporary thinker and a writer of the name David Hellwog. David Hellwog is an American environmental activist who wrote a very interesting text, theoretical text of the title, The Golden Shore, California's Love Affair with the Sea, published in 2013. He is committed to marine conservation and started a campaign called the Blue Frontier campaign. That word frontier is so very important in American literature. And he twists that to giving it a blue tint, make it a Blue Frontier campaign. And he also participated very, very seriously in a campaign which continues even now called the Seaweed Campaign. Seaweed Campaign, which is committed to the protection of oceans, seas, and other water bodies. And most importantly, the coastal regions also in and around that. So, Helmholtz, who went on to write the book that is also depicted in the slide, Saved by the Sea, largely a study of the marine creatures, including blue whale and others. Helmholtz is of the opinion that, like a black hole that we talk about, there is currently we experience a blue hole in environmental studies and literary histories that we need to address and investigate so that we come out with some substantial knowledge. And Helmholtz continues to argue that history of literature very often in a conventional classroom or even in research stops at the edge of water. In fact, the reality is that history is very often connected and even made possible by these roots, which are often overlooked or under theorized. So it talks about that possibility. So, and then we also have focus on what is called the legacies of sea stories. There are plenty of sea stories and also sea of stories. Harun and the sea of stories that Rushdie will talk about, and sea stories as well. And also there is a form of folk narration which is rendered in the form of song called shanties, spelled both ways, CHANs, SHA, shanties. Shanties are those local songs sung in various languages or a hybrid language also by the Lascars, those seamen. It's also rendered in Lascari, which comes predominantly in Ibis trilogy. So these are songs sung by people who are working, when they are involved in heavy work, they sing as a kind of getting people together and also to energize all of them, and also in marine. Blue humanities also require. I mean, I'm very sorry if some of you feel that I'm throwing terminologies at you, but I somehow believe that you cannot theorize something unless and until we have defining terminologies in that domain. So there are a few of these terminologies that we need to keep in mind. One is a very interesting term which was coined by a great interdisciplinary scholar, Steve Menz. I've drawn my entire argument for Menz and his book, Introduction to Blue Humanity, which was published as late as 2023. So he uses a term, wet narrative. That book is easily available even on free access. Wet narratives. According to him, there are two types of narratives. One is land-based narratives and other one oceanic narratives, which are wet narratives. According to him, wet narratives have to be understood and appreciated on a very different aesthetic scale. And if we look at order, plot, regularity in a land-based narrative, these aspects may be missing in a wet narrative. Wet narrative celebrates rather than lament on. They celebrate disorder, disorientation, ruptures, in contrast with dry narratives, which try to make some sense of meaning out of disasters. Now, these are two extremely opposite approaches to storytelling and also reading stories and narratives. And most of the marine narratives have this approach of constructing wet narratives. And it starts with even Jack London's Sea Wolf, Wolf Larsen, and the kind of chaos that this fellow creates around him, where all moralities, religion, all of them go for a toss in the sea because he believes, Wolf Larsen has a different logic. The sea is a kind of blue wilderness where none of your traditional moralities will ever. And secondly, we need to understand this term which I already used, sinuous trails. a kind of path of telling stories and understanding stories through a number of curvatures and curves rather than a straight line. The narratives move like the water body or the moving body. And there are plenty of oceanic voices also in literature, starting with Melville, Hemingway's Old Man and the Sea. Take the sea out of it, there is no story at all. Now you don't find the mako shark, you won't find the marlin, you don't find the turtles, you won't find these birds, right? So marine birds. So all of them contribute. The kind of ecosystem, marine ecosystem that Hemingway creates is admirable. Similar is the case with Steinbeck. If you read The Pearl, it's a novella. And Steinbeck himself was apprenticed to an oceanographer. His best friend was an oceanographer. And this novel was written after him being in a mission with his friend and oceanographer, and it was inspired by him. And there is Coleridge was. I'm coming to that. I have that also in my Rime of the Ancient Mariner. I have that. My paper, of course, is you get a chance to do go through that. Another term that comes here is hydrocriticism, is a water-centric approach to literary and cultural criticism. Then there is a term called fluvial narrative. Fluvial is a narrative that is determined by flow rather than getting anchored anywhere. So we could look at some of these novels as fluvial narratives, which imitates the flow. And there is another term which has come interestingly into circulation called Ilomania. Ilomania has been the determining factor in colonial enterprises. Most of the European colonizers and those great travelers were driven by this Ilomania. Their dream, like American dream, their dream was to find an island. Right? This Ilomania, it runs in as a kind of an ideological framework even in colonization. So, what one finds here is an obsession to find islands. And this is explained by another wonderful theorist, John Gills. I'll talk a little bit about these two and then probably we'll go further. Steve Mentz, incidentally, is a professor. Remember, most of these studies have been initiated by English professors, interestingly. Is a professor of English at St. John's University. And his books include Ocean. All of them were published in 2006. Ocean. Second, Shipwreck Modernity, where he questions even the ecologies of globalization and modernity with a sea-centric or an ocean-centric approach. And third, At the Bottom of Shakespeare's Ocean. Wonderful study. Full fathom 5 lives. So from that, Tempest and other Shakespeare's concept of ocean and what is there, what are the oceanographic details in Shakespeare. So that's also interesting. And the Introduction to Blue Humanities, initially published in 23 and the later publication came out in 24. And it's in that work that you find this term dialectic. Dialectic is a combination of dialectic with oceanic reality, based primarily on the ebb and flow that you find in narratives, that you find in novels and storytelling, and also an experiment to create an oceanic worldview. Now, we have a land-centered worldview. Even eco-criticism, environmental activism, all of them have a land-centered perspective. And he proposes a different one, an alternate one, which is oceanic worldview, which is a different way of engaging with the oceans and then the world. How do we look at land from the ocean and not the other way around? Normally, we are located somewhere on the land, inland, and then we look at the ocean. So this different perspective is suggested by him. And dialectics talks about certain anchor texts in literature. Anchor texts are those texts which anchor themselves in the ocean, and study them from that. Maybe Melville's text to begin with, right on James Fenimore, pirate. So all of them. So it proposes a methodology inspired by the ebb and flow of tides to look at literary criticism and literary aesthetics from that perspective. And John Gillis, on the other hand, is an American historian. So humanities is an umbrella which would bring in together literature, language, history, and so on. So, it's an American history, professor emeritus at Rutgers University. And he's of the opinion there wouldn't have been world history had there not been the oceans. And oceans had played and they continue to play in shaping and even making the histories. So, it's very interesting book which one could refer is The Human Shore. The Human Shore, Sea Course in History. Sea and History. Okay. And another work is Islands of Mind. Islands of Mind. How the human imagination created the Atlantic world. The Atlantic imaginary talks about. Slave trade wouldn't have been possible had there not been an imagination. So this is the two seminal texts that I can, two seminal theoretical contribution that I can talk about, Benz and also Gillis. When we look at these storied waterscapes, one could argue to a point, novel itself as a form was born at sea. Take the case of Robinson Crusoe. If you take 18th century to be the time of novel evolving as a literary genre, had it not been for Crusoe, therefore, very interestingly, Defoe had very minimal interface with water. Still, he could imagine, his imagination could reach out to an island where Crusoe would get marooned for days together in the company of Man Friday and then keep a journal of his life in that island. Look at that. Novel, even this new form, literary form in 18th century was born at sea, literally and metaphorically. And science fiction in many ways also had its origin birth in water, at least the watery version of science fiction. Jules Verne's 20,000 League Under the Sea. 20,000 League Under the Sea is not the depth of the sea of marine trench or something, but then it's the vastness, the space that's covered in that novel, particularly by a character of the name Captain Nemo. Captain Nemo, look at that, you will find sea to be the central driving force in that. But however, our approach to this sea-centric studies, which could also be called as an extension of oceanography, there is a term thalassography, thalassology. Thalassology is also a branch in that, and a new thalassology also, which is about, thalassology is about studying the impact of water in various aspects of human life, salt water particularly. So, early modern fiction, marine fiction, even till the modern era, focuses mainly on ships, heroism of the sailors, whereas, in these narratives, sea is just an afterthought, nothing more than that. But new thalassology proposes sea as an active agential element and not just a setting or a background. No, that's the beginning of material eco-criticism. Blue material eco-criticism, where there is a resistance to reduce sea to a metaphor or a setting and to bring sea in its agential. So blue humanities takes it a step further to consider sea as a three-dimensional living thing of its own agency and intelligence, with a history, geography, and a life of its own. And this new thalassology and blue humanities would investigate it. And this was envisioned way back by David Henry Thoreau who in the middle of the 19th century could talk about what is called, he said, there is a decisive marine tint which has entered the mind and imagination of the middle class in America. That was a time when many of the American novelists started narrating stories about sea, including Melvin and others, Fenimore Cooper and others. So, this is something that we need to keep in mind, the idea of this marine thing. Let's also look at quickly some of the basic premises of new cultural studies. I am drawing upon mainly another wonderful theorist, Philip Steinberg. Philip Steinberg is a professor of political geography, an English professor, history professor, and here we have a political geography professor of English, political geography at Durham University in England, wrote a book of the title, The Social Construction of the Ocean. Ocean, whether it is a geographical construction or whether it is a social construction. He comes out with the argument that the social, like if gender is a social construction, the idea of ocean is also a social construction. And I wouldn't comment on the book per se, but I'll be talking about an essay that I happened to read of the title of Other Seas. Of othering there is a process of even othering the seas. Of Other Seas, Metaphors and Materialities in Marine Regions, an essay published in 2013. So he polarizes the argument between the practice of metaphorizing sea and the practice of materializing the sea. And he is in favor of materializing the sea and not metaphorizing. When you metaphorize, you romanticize and then you exoticize and then you deviate. So he says we need to stop the practice of that, and then instead of that, go into the material reality of sea even in nature. So he then challenges the traditional and the modernist ideas of sea, giving sea an identity, and by saying that we need to look at the much more nuanced idea of sea rather than the material. And he says ocean should be considered as a material space and not just as a mental space. And it's in that context he uses the term fluid dynamics. Fluid dynamics is about the appreciation and celebration of the liquidity of the ocean. And thereby even the world, which is characterized by connections and flows. Oceans connect. Seas connect continents, countries, whether we like it or not, and they have been connecting. So we'll be looking at those connections and the flows. The ocean currents are invisible, but there are indeed some currents. And he says these fluidities are often seen in narratives, especially set in the water and in the context of characters making certain decisions, the decision-making process. So an element of fluidity is addressed. Another name that I would like to evoke here is that of Hester Blum. Hester Blum is a professor of English again at the Pennsylvania University, and her interesting work, book-long study of the view from masthead. The view from masthead. Masthead is sailboats had the masthead. 2008 work. And she wrote another interesting essay of the title, The Prospect of Oceanic Studies, which is a path-breaking initiation into what we have been discussing. So she says we have plenty of ocean-themed literature, maritime history, and even analytical framework, which in a way rally certain cultural attitudes towards ocean. And she also appreciates the fluvial nature of the ocean, which in fact signal mobilities, betweenness, instabilities and becomings, not being, but becomings. And there are plenty of literatures which deal with becomings. Entire diaspora literature, and if you read a novel, the ibis trilogy, start with, It's all about mobilities, betweenness, instabilities, become sea of poppies. The kind of community, the shipboard community that you find in Sea of Poppies, made of characters like Zachary Reed, Follett, and Kalua, Deethi, and all of them. They come from various countries. The shipboard community that they make is completely different from the community that we are aware of. The landed community. So they're all about those mobilities, instabilities, and difficulties. So writings of these sea-based narratives that or writers of these sea-based narratives consider sea very often as a workplace. Sea can be workplace. Suppose if you are a seaman, you spend more time on sea rather on land. Sailors. Okay. It's a workplace. It can be your home, alternate home. It can be a passage. Sea can be a passage. Sea can also be penitentiary. What is penitentiary? It's a prison, a very rigid prison is called penitentiary, and it can also be promised. Like whether if you look at the indentured laborers of the 18th century onwards, you find they were driven by a promise of better land, better job probably. So, like Steinberg, Blum also comes up with the idea that it is a blemish that when you reduce ocean to a metaphor. And this material encounter in the sea is largely under-theorized even in the context of novel. A novelist might have done that, but literary criticism wouldn't take, like we are in a hurry to metaphorize, exoticize, and dematerialize the studies. And the recipe says that we need to get into the material. I was trying to. I don't want to eat next people's time. Do I get an indicator so that because I could take it for another 2 hours, but that should not be the case. Sunalini madam, how much time do you have? Tell me. Accordingly, I will. Thank you, sir. So I've been granted a few more minutes. Thank you so much. At my back. All right. Yeah. What does then Blue Humanities as an interdisciplinary approach do? It studies many ways, including the literary ways, in which human beings engage with water. Human-water interface is the key of that. By utilizing literary, cultural, historical, and theoretical connections. And also bringing, if possible, the ecologies and environmental issues into that. And it helps introducing students into what is called water-centric thinking. We have been overwhelmed and overpowered very often by land-centered thinking. Can we replace that with water-centric thinking? And also to give and to channelize fresh look at the major oceanic regions, salt water and freshwater bodies, all water bodies in general. Probably to evolve a pedagogy based on Melville's Moby Dick, Coleridge's Rime of the Ancient Mariner. What happens eventually to the mariner in Rime of the Ancient Mariner is interesting. He kills an albatross for fun, not for need. And throughout the rest of his voyage, he faces a number of tragedies around him, including his fellow sailors dropping dead on deck. And to a point that he is deprived of even water everywhere, not a drop to drink eventually. The lesson that he learns is not merely philosophical, it's so much an ecocentric lesson. Right? It talks about species, trans-species respect that one has to practice. And eventually he wears the albatross around his neck to understand, to make the world realize that one need not kill anything without things. That's one. And that wisdom. Homer's Odyssey, take ocean out of that. Ulysses, of course, probably was the first prototype of great, and maybe to restructure our entire intellectual culture about the human beings thinking about and thinking with what. Is there a need to think with what is? The new environmental awareness is that, as I told, seas are the most polluted ones. And also to explore the new literary coastlines of the world ocean that I already explained the concept of world ocean. The Pacific clouds which bring rains to our countries like equatorial oceans, the Mediterranean lakes, Caribbean swamps, Arctic glaciers, then Southern Ocean rainstorms, Atlantic groundwater. There is a phenomenon in the Atlantic where groundwater is released to the sea. It's not the other way around. Very interesting. Absolutely, chasing the ocean. And the Indian Ocean rivers. Indian Ocean is connected. Entire ibis trilogy also begins with that. Opium Clerk by Kunal Basu. Right? There's a book, another book that I'm going to talk about, Jahajin by Pegin. All of them begin with the riverine system in India and then go to example. It gets into Men's talks about in this introduction to humanities brings a kind of very interesting comparison between the sea water, oceans, and the human body. Both the sea water, I quote, and freshwater bodies in this preface, when he writes the preface, are my body. He says, he identifies the water with the human body. Human bodies like estuaries. Estuaries are those swamps. Mix of fresh and the soil. And then he says 2/3 of the entire planet is made of water, and 2/3 of human body is also 60% of human body is also made of water, and we have shifts in what is called the microtidal pockets. So he eventually comments, quote again, the burden of the blue humanities follows water's sinuous trails wherever they flow and trace their dampness in our environments and communities. There is water even. It's also an idea. Water bodies are the storehouses of every lakes and freshwater. Ben's focuses primarily on Melville. I will not comment further on Melville because it's all too well known. Ernest Hemingway and also three other interesting writers. One is Edward, who is French writer from Martinique. Martinique brings a lot of good connections for me. Frantz Fanon is another great writer. He is an Algerian, it's connection, French Algerian connection, and then Martinique. Edward Glissant is a writer, poet, and a critic from Martinique. Then Craig Santos Perez and Monique Rock. I'll quickly talk a little bit about three of them and then proceed. Glissant, I wouldn't comment much on the criticism, but he wrote a poem of the title, The Open Boat. Open Boat, which traces the slave experience, tracing the interiority of slaves on ship, and particularly those ships headed towards unknown land. The land was not known to these slaves. Very interesting study. And Craig Santos is a poet from Guam, a country called Guam, American poet. He wrote a poem of the title Praise Song for Oceania. Praise Song for Oceania, wherein he talks, one term struck me immediately was, talks about hydrologic cycle. Hydrologic cycle which is governed by the logic of water. Then, I just quote I would like to quote one line from that poem. Praise your tidalectics, and the marine roots, ROUTs, roots, and submarine roots, RWOTS roots. Right. I repeat, praise your tidalectics. Now the word tidalectics will make sense. And the marine roots and submarine roots. That's about him. And Monique Roffey is a British Caribbean, who wrote a very interesting, say, fable kind of narrative of the title, The Mermaid of Black Conch. Get enough time, probably. Anyway, good in get so much time. So I'll quickly come to my seminal text that I wanted to discuss. This is, I would recommend this text because Peggy Mohan currently is in India. She is a multifaceted individual with a very complex heritage. And she's an Indo-Caribbean writer, she's a musician, she's a teacher, educator, particularly interested in children's education. This novel, I would say one of the most hard-hitting novels that you can read, which goes parallel with her interest. Peggy Mohan is also a linguist. She studied for years together. Her PhD is also in what's called Trinidadian Bhojpuri, presence of Bhojpuri in. This novel is based on her experience of field. I'll quickly tell you about what the story is all about. Just 2 minutes and then I'll come to my analysis. Story is about a young researcher, nameless rather in the narrative, who goes into the past to study a kind of linguistic anthropology. She is interested in that. And she goes back to the living narrators who could tell the difference between the present Trinidadian Bhojpuri and what it was. So in the process, she meets an old lady of the name Dida. Dida is a central character. She is a central character, though the researcher is the one who tells the story. Dida is a 100-year-old woman. 100-year-old woman who lives in Trinidad with the memory of the first endangered of the Kalapani experience. So it traces the entire legacy of what is called the maritime experience of Indo-Caribbeans. Endangered laborers were taken on a contract called Girmit. Girmit probably was the corruption of the word agreement. Okay, Girmitias, they were called the Girmitias. This novel, at places we find Bhojpuri, we find Hindi, we find also English. And she makes Dida narrate the entire story, starting from the river Ganges right up to Mauritius. They go to Mauritius. So it traces in the process the transatlantic presence of Indian culture and the evolution of Trinidadian culture. And Dida talks about her female shipmates, and the word Jahajin comes from the women, the sisters of the ship, Jahajin. And this entire narrative, as I mentioned already, about mobilities, betweenness, instabilities, and difficulties. Just read one small extract which she recalls from this journey. It goes like this, partly in Hindi. I suppose you would understand, but anyway, the explanation follows. She says, "Thab, रोज रोज वही पगला समुंदर में जात 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 हम ही सब थक गए. Right? Tired. The boat was quiet. So quiet, just splash, splash. She has limited vocabulary, this old woman. But she uses onomatopoeia effectively. And wind in the rigging. Rigging is a rope that connects the sail to the boat. No engines were running now. We hardly needed to use engines this way. The wind and the current were carrying us easily, and there was nothing to do, only wait and wait and wait. The ennui, the board of the timeless amount of time, number of times that you find the word wait, replicating this situation. My analysis basically is that, if you remember, I started with the idea of a Beck narrative. Beck narrative plays the dialectics of the land and the ocean. I find this novel, if you get chance, I have a copy of that. Please do read. And my paper also has more details. I consider this novel as a Beck narrative, which on one hand celebrates the indeterminacies of the sea, and on the other hand, when the characters reach land, you find the contrapuntal movement of making sense, the urge to make sense. And finally, they reach an island. I think, I mistake not, it's St. Helena. They reach, and that this is how the transformation. In this narrative, the entire part of Dida's narrative is given in italics. So this is how she narrates. When finally the ship reaches the land near Mauritius. It was a smaller boat, I quote, with only 2 sails, and it took us down the west coast to the estate. Finally, they all reached the sugar plantation at the estate. Ours was the first stop, Goodrich Bay, with a long jetty reaching out far into the sea. They tied the sloop to the jetty, and we got off and started walking with our belongings towards it, where mule carts were waiting to carry us to Esperanza, the place they eventually reached. The journey across, the last statement is very important. That's where the transition is. You are trying to make sense at the end of chaos. The journey across 2 big oceans was over. I thought of reading out one of my very favorite poets, Neruda, Sonnet 24, but don't have it. I've got already the instruction. I'll quickly talk about these two and finish. I'm sure most of you would relate to Amitabh Ghosh's Sea of Poppies. I've already mentioned about Sea of Poppies because Ghosh creates a subaltern sea with these characters. 2 are fictional, 1 is non-fictional. The Nutmeg Curse is non-fictional. The shipboard community that I was talking about in Sea of Poppies, Zachary Reed, Neil Rathan Halder, right? Benjamin Vernon, and Paulette D.P. and Cullen. They're all heading towards Mauritius, and they have nothing in common. This community is so fluid, they have nothing in common except the Indian Ocean. And the first 40 pages of the novel, my friend Dr. Banerjee will agree with me, takes 40 days to understand because it's not written in English, it's written in Naskari, the language of the sailors, which is a hybrid language of the world. Hindi, Bhojpuri, even Sinhala is impossible not Tamil language. So, Indian Ocean there decides their fate, and I wouldn't comment much on that novel. I'll spend a little bit time on Gun Island, another which is a kind of a sequel to Hungry Gun. Gun Island focuses on the central character. The focal character is a marine biologist of the name Piali, who comes first in the Hungry Gun. She is committed to the study of Gangetic dolphins. It continues even in this. And there's a very interesting phrase that Piali goes in search and to study the oxygen-starved waters that contemporizes the marine pollution. The novel contemporizes that in studying the plight of dolphins trapped in the oceanic and the riverine dead zones. Right? And to some extent, it deviates into Indian Ocean slave trade also. The Indian Ocean studies is another extension of blue. My point of interest in this narrative is connected with my third slide, bioluminescence. Pia, like in Hungry Tide, she gets stranded in the sea here again. And at one point, she cannot even tell what she experiences, but she experiences this wonderful spectacle of bioluminescence. And just before she's been saved by a helicopter. In Nutmeg's Curse, the third novel, is non-fiction by Amita Ghosh. It traces the history of ocean as a channel for environmental exploitation. And it sketches the oceanic politics which choked the Indian Ocean right from the 16th century. Before India, the English East India Company, there were Dutch East India Company. Talks about that aspect. Well, so these are three texts which I would put in perspective, but I wouldn't go into this. There are a couple of our Indian-based organizations. One is called SEMA, Society of Indian Marine Artists. The new website they also have this motto called Sea Our Strength. And there is another organization, OSI, Ocean Savers of India. And they run a magazine of the title Lighthouse. There's more about awareness of ocean. They argue that ocean is the most polluted part of the planet. These are the objectives which I picked up from their website, SEMA objectives. One of them is to publish a journal of the name SEMA. I couldn't go much into the details. The fourth point is something that I like, to break down the barriers, amongst different disciplines of the sea while promoting automation, which I have been trying to do in the last 30-35 years. Other than that, if you explore the Asian literary coastline, one of them is a graphic narrative written by Amrita Patil, Adi Parva. And I should have ideally started with the churning of the ocean from Indian scripture. Everything good in Indian mythology, starting from Airavat to Kamadevu, comes from the churning of the ocean. Okay, great deception story, of course, where Asuras were eventually deceived by Devas with the mediation of Vishnu. So it's from this ocean everything goes. Sandeep Sanyal is the travelogue writer. The Ocean of Churn is a very interesting study. I'll just finish in 2 minutes. And if you get into poems, Meena Alexander has a series of poems of the Indian Ocean. I will go much into that. Well, I would like to conclude with a statement that it's time to unmoor our own engagement with literature from the land-based bias and anchors and articulate an urgency of ocean conservation, which moves into blue eco-criticism. And one last metaphor, and I'll explain that and I'll conclude. There is a phenomenon in the sea called square waves. Some of you must have heard about that. Square waves are a rare happening where we find waves moving like rectangles, and they come and break on the seashore as parallel grids, not as waves. And the square waves, geographically, in a very harmful situation. Many ships and boats and swimmers are discouraged when there are square waves, because where square waves happen, and square waves are also called cross sea. Cross sea, rip tides, they create rectangles. They create a chessboard like pattern with waves, and eventually the waves break at the shore. This happens mainly because of intersection of two seas. If not two seas, two weather conditions of adjacent water bodies. The wind, trade winds, they change, so there is a clash, which could create these square waves up to 10 to 15-meter height, which can be detrimental. Maybe in geography, maybe for the ships and sailors, square waves can be detrimental. But for students of culture studies and English studies, we need to look out for these square waves, because for me, they are the symbols of the intersection of two cultures, two or more traditions, and we should be in search of these square waves along with the bioluminescence if we see. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that elaborate keynote address. Certainly, we understand that literature can lead to spectacular feeling of bioluminescence, and we are very happy, sir, that we have come up with many novel words for the first time, at least me. And thank you for enlightening us with those new diction. We hope that all the delegates will register in their minds once again, and be rest assured that without literature, there is no language. So, once again, on behalf of the department and the university, sir, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for your meaningful keynote address. And we understand that the paper, Oceanic Narratives, Blue Humanities, and Nautical Fiction finally helps each one of us to explore the many ways human beings associate with water and other living species in the environment. So thank you once again, sir. Dear friends, we now break for tea for 10 minutes, and tea is served in the same place where you had breakfast this morning. So exactly 10 minutes, we will come back to the same hall to another interesting, exciting, and scintillating plenary session by Dr. Kalpana Purohit, Professor Dean, Faculty of Arts, Education and Social Sciences, Jai Narayan Vyas University, Jodhpur. So I now request all the delegates to go for... Okay, I'm sorry, the tea is served on to my left. For you, it is the right side of the auditorium. So just take 10 minutes away, enjoy yourself, come prepared mentally for another interesting talk. Thank you all. is waiting. Mr. Rihas, could you just help us out to bring all the participants inside? Okay, I'm sure eventually all the participants will join. So we are going on into another interesting and scintillating plenary session by Dr. Kalpana Purohit, Professor Dean, Faculty of Arts, Education and Social Sciences, Jai Narayan Vyas University, Jodhpur. And before I invite our dear madam, I call upon Dr. K. Madhumurthy, Associate Professor, Department of English, to read the profile of our dear madam.
Eminent guests and enthusiastic participants, a very good afternoon to you all. So welcome to the second session of our two-day international conference. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Kalpana Purohit, Professor and Dean, Faculty of Arts, Education and Social Sciences, Jai Narayan Vyas University, Jodhpur, Rajasthan. She's a prominent critic and a poet of versatile genius. She has invested her excellence as a chairman for 9 years in the Department of English. She is a member syndicate and director of the Center for Women Studies. Having bestowed her grace to the university for an extensive period of 35 years, she stands as an icon of creative insights. She is an active researcher who is accredited with a plethora of publications ranging from the thoughtfulness of Australian literature, gender studies, American literature, comparative literature, post-colonial literature, children's literature, and critical theories. She has 14 books and 74 papers to her credit. Her interest in translation studies has marked an indelible impression in the regional literature of Rajasthan with her translated manuscript of Dharma Yudh, a drama by the Sahitya Academy. Her paramount excellence is richly invested in concern for humanity and spreading the message of peace and human values through her writings and fieldwork, workshops, and the auspices of various academic and administrative bodies. An extensively traveled erudite, more than 21 countries, she has presented copiously at national and international rendezvous of seminars and conferences, home and abroad. She is the recipient of Shastri Award for Women National and Master of Metaphor International. She has been recognized by Sahitya Academy as one of the vibrant voices of 21st century Indian women poets. She is a member of the editorial board and has reviewed 11 journals. Her excellence knows no bound wherein she embarks on indelible impression on her scholarly minds with enthusiasm and creative gusto. The fecundity of her legacy continues with her 23 scholars who are pursuing the academic flame with this beacon of light to enhance domains of literary exuberance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that very meaningful and humanistic profile of our madam. We understand that before she is an academician, she is more a human, because I could read from the profile that you have given. You do lots of service and also practice lots of human values, conveying the message of peace to people all around you. So, ma'am, we are privileged to have you, and we welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you for the gracious introduction, Professor. I'm sorry I forgot the name of the gentleman. Thank you so much. And my greetings to each one of you, the distinguished guests. Is it okay? Am I audible? Well, my greetings to each one of you present here, friends from the fraternity, the distinguished guests, and research scholars. I'm told that, in fact, when Dr. Sonalini spoke to me, she said basically it's for the researchers, research scholars. So, my greetings to this magnificent afternoon. And whatever introduction, sometimes, it gets over because it's been almost 36 years of journey, and I think all of us work like this. So, but still, I believe I'd like to say that on wings of deeds, the souls must mount. When we are summoned from afar, ourselves and not our words will come. Not what we said, but what we are. And what counts is what we are as human beings. After 36 years of this journey, I think at the end of it, we should try and evaluate what we have contributed to the society as a human being. So from this, I take, kind of, and yes, where is Dr. Sunalini and her friends and our team? Thank you so much for inviting me, giving me an opportunity to be part of this academic rendezvous, and taking care of each one of us so meticulously. You people have been organizing, Dr. Madhu and other people, and there's a young lady. She came in the morning also. She was a girl yesterday. One of my friend commented. She, came to meet us at the airport, and then she transformed herself into a young lady in the morning. So, where is she? I don't know. But yes, thank you so much for all of you for this opportunity. I know after having Dr. Dinesh's deliberation, Dinesh, my appreciation and congratulations for well crafted, well articulated deliberation. So I have an earnest request with all of you. Please bear with me. I know before lunch we are all sitting here. I have all sympathies with you all, and how we tax your brains when we stand from here and speak for so many, hours. So please bear with me, your patience, and I'm here to actually traverse into diaspora through the lens of socio-cultural constructs, as Sunalini had asked me that this will be for research scholars, and I share a kind of a kaleidoscopic view when we are talking about diaspora. So it's about borders and boundaries, as you said, oceanic boundaries. It's just by crossing those boundaries we term a person diaspora. So it's about all those people here. So let me begin by quoting from Okui. And he said that he's a Nigerian curator and art painter. So I've been also interested in a lot of painting. So yeah. So he said I quote, the formation of a diaspora could be articulated as the quintessential journey into becoming. A process marked by incessant regroupings, recreations, and reiteration. Together, these stressed actions strive to open up new spaces of discursive and performative post-colonial consciousness. Unquote. Now, when we are talking of post-colonial literature, which most of you are working, I came to know about number of y'all are working on this area. So it's a kind of all of you. I don't have to go into detail of. It's a whole body of literature that emerged both from a resistance and reform. Resistance and reform of ideologies, identities, and experiences that has garnered kind of a significant fresh concepts. And the concepts we talk about race, colonialism, gender, culture, borders, politics, language, and so on. So it's all these concepts come under one umbrella of diaspora, and it's a Herculean task to kind of talk about all these under, in this. So I'll just try and give you certain idea how I understand this concept. Diaspora being one of the most widely acclaimed key concepts of post-colonial literature has a lot, in its arena to explore and understand about the constantly evolving, kind of impact of colonial rule and also its aftermath. The writers of diaspora not only aim to create a new genre of literature, but also a literature that lays its roots in the past experiences, takes the nourishment from them, from the past experiences, and grows its branches in the present scenario that will bear the fruits for the future. Indian diasporic moment, when I'm talking of movement or literature, that has produced works of wide social cultural constructs in the wakes of settlements beyond the national boundaries, and the impact on the plots or characters when you go through, these are the subjects of intrigue for all of us. So in the age of globalization, when we are talking of literature of diaspora, it becomes a platform to multiple voices. Multiple voices that were silenced once by the dominant forces, and this present deliberation, you can say, becomes a kind of a modest attempt on my part to delineate how displacement, alienation, rootlessness, nostalgia, gender, race, all these form the center to the periphery of the quest for identity. So that is one I'm talking about. The friends can go off to sleep now, but the research scholars can keep wide awake. It also aims at exploring the disintegration of cultures, identity crisis, and hybridity in the shadow of borders and spaces. An effort to comprehend these concepts, of course, later I'll give you some kind of references from women writers from Indian diaspora, because you have authors in galore who talk about all this. So I'll, just talk about 3 or 4 women writers later. So the process of globalization and the inevitable expansion of markets, transportation, communication, capital, and skills have challenged the geographic hegemony of national governments and their borders. So this globalization actually concept had transcended the territory, location, distance, or borders, and have accompanied by rapid migration of people across the borders, and has raised questions about citizenship, nationality, and identity. There's a massive movement of people across national borders around the globe due to globalization, which has also led the blurring of these definite borders between cultures and societies, creating newer cultural concepts. Now, when we look at post-colonial literature, it stands, at the outset, at the beginning of the age of globalization, post-1950s, and has produced works about, race, colonialism, politics, gender, language, and these literary creations are crucial in forging new cultural identities. And yes, French diaspora becomes one of the most influential concepts that builds the background to these cultural and social constructs. A diaspora is a social construct, most of you know that. It's a social construct founded on feelings, consciousness, memory, mythology, history. Meaningful narratives are there, group identities we talk about, longings, dreams, allegorical and virtual elements, all of which play an important role in establishing this diaspora reality. What you say that at given moment in time, the sense of connection to the homeland, of course, is very strong enough to resist forgetting or assimilating or distancing themselves. So diasporic communities does have a stronger emotional expression towards the ideas of identity, alienation, reformation, and of course merger. However scattered apart these diasporas may look for, a common ethnic identity and relation to native homeland binds them together. If many of you must have traveled abroad and you've met some people, you'll find this strong bonding with their native lands and homelands. Now, diaspora are positioned somewhere between the nation states and traveling countries. That's important for you to, because this concept has evolved. It doesn't talk about the what you've been talking about, Jews, dispersion, and all. This concept has been evolving, and it involves dwelling in nation state in a physical sense, but traveling in the spiritual sense or aspiral that falls outside the nation states, could be space or a time zone. So diaspora is referred to a movement of population from its original homeland, thus signifies scattering, migration and dispersion of people. These migrated people, whatever their reasons for migration be, financial, social, political, whatever, no matter whether they migrated for these reasons, commerce or religion, or maybe they just want to have a better life there. In search of that better life, they keep on moving, but they share the similarities and differences. And it is observed that this migrated population, majority of them are international migrants who are potential immigrants in countries of their destination and who often converge into diasporic communities. These international migrants not only take their skills and expertise, but also their culture and lifestyles with them. This displacement and settlement procure deep socio-cultural experiences which can be understood under the umbrella of this diaspora that has undergone a significant and diverse evolution in the field of social sciences. Associated displacement, dispersal, migrancy, the term diaspora has outgrown its key concepts beyond human migration and mobility in recent decades. This is what I'm talking about. In the initial phases, mostly, the migrants suffer from the pain of being far from their homeland, the memories of their motherland, and anguish of leaving everything behind. Everything which is familiar agonizes the minds of these migrants. Settlement in foreign land makes them experience dislocation, which in turn results into breaking with the old identity. They experience the sense of loneliness in an alien land, as they face also non-acceptance by the host society and also experience ethnic discrimination. The immigrants attempt to assimilate, adapt, and amalgamate with the society of their host country, and their attempts of adaptation and adjustments are not without their marginal groups to protect themselves against the dominant host group. The most prominent means used for insulation is the continuation of cultural practices and social traditions. It is also observed that going back to the original land or their motherland, it's a natural desire for in many diasporians, and this natural desire may well become a perpetual and utopian longing. It takes the form of this utopian longing. And on the other hand, you have strict alliance with co-ethnic members in the host land may lead to these people to turn their backs on the reality of the country in which they are now living. See how the conflict, the contradictory feelings are there, such as loss and gratitude, frustration and hope and joy and sorrow. They all lie, these feelings and emotions lie at the core of this diasporic position. And to make matters even more complicated, the members of specific diasporic community may greatly differ in terms of, maybe gender, race, class, or even ethnicity. This ethnicity forms the cultural identity of diasporic communities, and it becomes a constant struggle within the community with other ethnic communities and with the state. Thus, it is ever changing and ever reforming complex process. Remember, diasporic situation is never static. It keeps on changing. It's a process. It keeps on evolving. And the literature created around, when you see past 1 century, it is largely dominated by diasporic writings. So you have to see the journey of this diaspora. You can't restrict yourself to just one definition, what we understood 30, 40 years ago. So you have witnessed the end of colonial empire and the dawn of globalization, thus creating a platform to reform, research, and revive the lost identities and wake up to a new independent existence at the global scenario. So you heard about Peter Barry, most of you who've done PG and yes, I can see the nod. So I'm pleased. Thank you, young girls, there, ladies. In words of Peter Barry, the 3 stages he explains to us: adopt, adapt, and adapt. And that provides you to see the way of studying post-colonial literature, wherein the first phase implies an acceptance of the colonial authority and is observed as adopt phase. The subsequent phase of adapt focuses on adapting the colonial forms or native subject matters, thus allowing a partial kind of intervention. And finally, you have this phase of adapt. Since its characteristic is the assumption of colonial writer is an kind of an independent in the form, not a kind of humble apprentice. So as in the first phase, there's a declaration of cultural independence in this final phase. And that's important when you're doing cultural studies, when you're trying to understand and evaluate post-colonial or whatever, because post-colonial studies again is it's a huge umbrella under which you have diaspora is just one element there. So originally we know that, it was used for Jewish dispersion from their homeland. The diaspora is now applied, I repeat, as a metaphoric designation. It is a metaphoric designation for immigrants, exiles or refugees who have, shuttled due to multiple reasons, as I mentioned those reasons, around the globe, Africa, the Middle East, Caribbeans, yes, Indian subcontinent, they all form the breeding grounds for diasporic literature. And you will find thus provide the most extensive works and create and explore the key concepts of post-colonial studies through this. So you have South Asians, which reflect the nations of Indian subcontinent. However, the concept of South Asia has been subject of course, confusion for most of us in regard to sociological identity, since it encompasses distinctly differently, you could say, categories of people who trace their origins either directly to Indian subcontinent, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, or else indirectly through their ancestors in South Africa, Fiji, East and Southeast Asia, the Caribbeans and elsewhere. And recently I was reading it where you have even in America, people have started finding their 3rd and 4th generation. Yeah. So being South Asian refers not so much to individual personal qualities so as to social characteristics that have been constructed or reconstructed in the historical and ongoing social relations in specific to you have socio, economic and political contexts. As mentioned earlier when I was talking about migration, it's a subject to various reasons. You have diaspora migration differs from other types of migrations. Remember that. Okay, it's different from, I'm going a little slow, but you can hear me later on. You can write down all of you, right? So it differs from other types of migrations in that in many cases you will find that it is based on claims of natural rights. It's based on claims to a natural right to return to an historic homeland. And in this type of migration, and kind of ethnic religious criteria is also used sometimes to claim the right to return, and that we are entitled to specific kind of benefits. People have been writing. It is incorrectly assumed that diasporas are always a part of exile or they're forced. This process, often initiated by uprooting or political, religious, or racial oppressions. Now it is not that. Many, perhaps most cases, you will find the migrants seek to become the part of host society and culture, and many relegate their previous culture baggages on, of their past also. So, wherein such diasporic movements are not that make them different from migrations based on other grounds, but it is observed that continuous reawakened attachment is there. There's a loyalty to their earlier culture of native land, perhaps they left. And the sense of diaspora is associated. This is important. Three appropriate reference you can talk about. Diasporic group. You have diasporic group, you have host society, and you have the homeland. Okay? People who are working. These are the three aspects you have to take into account. Diasporic writings unfold these experiences of unsettlement and dislocation at some or other levels also. The social function of diaspora is specifically to maintain a sense of community and belonging to a more rewarding and a warm kind of welcoming social entity amidst the context of exclusion. So there is a inclusion and exclusion element also. Limited opportunities. You have socio-political discriminations which these people suffer in the host countries, and hence a diasporic text can be observed in the light of location, dislocation, and relocation. Okay, I repeat: location, dislocation, and relocation. The intense feelings about changing designation of home, and accompanying kind of nervousness which they feel with homelessness, and unfeasibility of going back are certain and more relevant in this kind of literature. The close connection, of the diaspora writers with such socio-cultural constructs often poses a need to understand culture with its characteristics, its relation with history, and influences on various civilizations. This is where ocean literature comes in. Though not similar, of course, to diasporic culture, but you have a parallel subject growing in cultural studies, which has developed in past 2 decades here. And of course, very common critic you have heard, Stott Hall. How many of you have? Instead of writing, Stott Hall, not you. I'm talking about people who are busy writing, please. Stott Hall is very important when if you are taking into account diasporic studies in relation to cultural studies. Okay, cultural studies emerged as an interdisciplinary field of research which most of you are working, that explores the ways in which culture creates and transforms the individual experiences. Everyday social relations and also power relations. So after the Second World War, I'm not going into the history, England was no longer after Second World War, the center of Western industrial society. America became the harbinger of what was to come due to the rise of, media and free markets. So in the land where you talk about rags to riches, mobility, so we do imagine just one hit way was culture is about what you want to project into the world. What we are now doing, I keep listening to the debates on television that we are projecting ourselves on, people are making an effort. What we want people around the globe to see us and project ourselves. So what was to come due to the rise of maybe media and free markets or whatever. But how we want to project ourselves into the world, and how whether we are fronting as a member to every person, you know. So combining the strengths of social sciences and humanities, you have cultural studies draws on methods and theories. From literary studies, you have sociology, communication studies, you have history, cultural anthropology is very important, cultural anthropology, and economics too. By working across the boundaries among these fields, cultural studies exposes new questions and problems of the today's world. Rather than seeking answers that will hold for all time, cultural studies develop flexible tools that adapt to this rapidly changing world. And I quote Stott Hall, as I was talking about. He's a British sociologist who talks of cultural studies. And I quote him because he actually gave us, in 83, he talks about it. It says, culture does not exist or consist of what the educated elites happen to fancy, such as classical music or fine arts. It is simply experienced. This definition is very important for you. This is experience lived, experience interpreted, and experience defined. Experience lived, experience interpreted, and experience defined. And it can tell us things about the world we believe the more traditional studies of politics or economics alone could not. And these studies give us all. So cultural life is not only concerned with kind of a symbolic communication, it is also a domain in which we collectively put our tasks together, begin to grapple with the changing communities. Cultural studies is devoted to understanding the process through which societies and the diverse groups within them comes to terms with their own history, community life, and also at the same time, together unanimously they face the challenges, which I said things have changed in our country, so we are doing that. There are cultural themes which we address. There are cultural themes, expressions, and constructs. They remain integral part of diasporic literature, which have been widely explored, explored in the context of Indian diaspora. So when you're talking of Indian English literature, you will find these Indian diaspora, and there's so much mixing of cultural, mixing in the post-colonial era that it gives birth to a hybrid culture. You must have heard Salman Rushdie starts talking about hybridity. Why? Yes, chutnification. Right, and Homi Bhabha talks of yes, hybrid. So there's so much, and even Graham Huggett, and he asserts, that the present era is the era of hybridization. So what we see is the culture is derivative of your past and present, individual and collective, regional and alien experiences that influence and formulate the identity of a community or society. So what you can see is culture is also both individual and a social construct. Culture is a social way of life. It expresses the structure of feeling of social group, meaning and values of ordinary behavior and social institutions in terms of the art and learning. So India, of course, I come to that now. India is a country with unmatchable variation. Unmatchable variation and abundance in regard to cultures, folklore, languages, religions, regions, society, and food. Yes, and such socio-cultural elements form the extensive and intricate both cultural and social fabric of a country. Acknowledging this fact, it is quite acceptable to find vast network based on language and region, religion and caste among the Indian diaspora. So researchers have been carried out, in recent years to study this kind of versatility in Indian diaspora. They also include the production of diasporic identities in Mauritius, that is very common. Tamil Hindus and Malaysia, and you have ethnicity over generations of Indian Jains, I was telling you the essays, United States, etc. So the modern Indian diaspora is one of the most demographic dislocation, emerged with multiplicity of history, variety of culture, tradition, and deep instinct of survival. This includes different phases of evolution in diaspora that are migrants, hybridity, and quest for identity. Okay, so I won't, regarding Salman Rushdie, I won't go into the details, but I'd like to quote from one of his articles here. Not going into detail. As I told you, I have all sympathies for people present here. So he says, he writes, we are Hindus. We are Hindus who have crossed black waters. We are Muslims who eat pork. As my use of Christian notion of the fall indicates, we are now partly of the West. So our identity is once plural and partial. Sometimes we feel that we are straddled between two cultures. At other times, we fall between the stools. So that's the situation of a diasporic. He wrote in that essay, The Indian Writer in England. It's interesting essay if you want to read that, because post-colonial condition entails this experience of loss and ability to articulate or inhabit, multiple spaces simultaneously. Edward Said also, he has spoken about this. He observed that the identity in the light of mixed notions of belonging and longing. And he goes on to write in his book, Culture and Imperialism. Culture and Imperialism, he writes between domains, between forms. He talks of between homes, between languages. So it's all defined there in that book. And one physical alienation which Rushdie said that he found from India almost inevitably means that we will not be capable of redeeming, precisely the things we lost. That will, in short, create fictions and not the actual cities or villages, but invisible ones. And therefore, if you remember, he talks of imaginary homelands, right? So once what you've lost, you cannot regain that in the same similar form he talks of. So literature of Indian diaspora constitutes an important part of the burgeoning field of Anglophone post-colonial literature. And some of them, of course, are better known. You people know, a lot of people are working on Naipaul, Salman Rushdie, Bharti Mukherjee, Amitabh Ghosh. Yes, I love him. But I'm not speaking about him because he's already mentioned, and I focus on women. Jhumpa Lady, Anita Desai, and all these people. While the first generation immigrants from India constantly nurse their grievances against homeland, the second and third generations look at India without prejudices, and they take pride in India's accomplishments. For them, India is a brand name which they can use for their own advancement and use it as true assets for the country. This feeling of elation at India's exalted state is present in the writings of younger generation. And generally, you find that this literature deals with alienation, displacement, and all that. It focuses on issues related to disintegrations of cultures too. It reflects the immigrant experiences that comes out from immigrant settlement. Indian diaspora remains a major platform to these continuously evolving themes in the age of globalization. Uma Parmeshwaran is again a beautiful, very beautifully talks about the series of phases in diasporic literature. In very brief, I'll just say the first is one of nostalgia for the homeland, left behind, mingled with a fear in a strange land. Lot of fear is there. Second is the phase in which one is busy adjusting to the new environment. That is little creative output. The third phase is shaping of diaspora existence by involving themselves ethno-cultural issues. The fourth is when they feel, proud and they say we've arrive and that 42 and start participating in the world of politics and national issues. So this is the journey Ume Parmeshwaram, I'm very brief, I'm talking about as an expat writer, experiences cultural, geographical, emotional displacement, and there emerges a diasporic sensibility that mirrors the plural identity of the writer. Their writing is characterized by pluralistic vision. You have constantly shifting between two worlds, voyaging back and forth between two locales. Expat writing is the outcome of the existential, political, and metaphysical unsettlement. The safety of the members often provide an illusion of home and shelter from an alien hostile society. Caught between the system of binary opposition, that label them as an outsider, and the concept of otherness, the other. They tend to highlight differences and assume a particularization that negates the principles within Western discourse. I will not read the entire thing, but you can go for Arnold Harichand's Invention of Canada, a very seminal book we consider literary text, and the Immigrant Imaginary, where he talks of the response. So I'm not reading with images and metaphors, and who's familiar with some of the inner and outer workings of in the context of diaspora. And these novelists' work investigate the cultural displacement and its impact. The uprooted immigrants face varied situations, problems of rejection, and also acceptance. If accepted, the problem would be an adjustment, coping with the anxiety, monotony, disappointment, isolation. They all face the failure and rejection. Rejection for the works of these writers depict the effect of cultural uprootedness and never-ending experiences, with social rejection is central there. Now, social rejection is when a group of people decides to reject one or more people, in the participation of their group. You have class and gender also play an important role there, shaping of not just diaspora, but diasporics kind of interface with different cultures. This is the major theme, you will find class and gender, and the writings as an outsider. These authors see as an outsider. Many of them have, autobiographical elements. They see the new culture, but it is also as an outsider. They see to their homeland, looking at the past, and then how things have been altered, in their absence. They talk about that. So earlier it was nostalgia for what was lost, but now they very objectively see what was lost. And then there is a dual identity theme, which you can talk of, conflict between ethnic inheritance and individual identity. So these are the issues between, the tensions between a desire for assimilation and the need for ethnic identity. Now, Esmond is another writer who relates this study of ESMAN, relates in the study of diaspora. And he says that, these people, all of whom share the same homeland, in order to preserve their custom, their culture, and to recreate the familiar sort of surroundings where they are now staying, and they form a community of their own, through which they can hold to their roots. If you go abroad, you will find a lot of Indians doing that, especially the younger generation, on the festivals. When you call them and say what's happening, and they say, we have this celebration of Diwali, we have this celebration of Holi. Of course, it's in a different manner, but what is, they wear the Indian dress. I've taken out my Indian dress. My daughter will say, I have to look for my Indian dresses, and we have parties and we have Diwali celebration. So that, the way they want to hold on to their generation's culture, traditions, this is what such diasporas, they extend and expand, not only as original immigrants, but the recent generation also wants to hold on to their socio-cultural traditions. And there is also, I think, Stott Hall, you can talk about cultural identity and diaspora. It indicates, as a production which is never complete. He talks of it's a process, and it also constitutes within, not only outside, but he talks of within kind of changes and representations. He also talks of boundaries and the self and the other, the yawning gap between self and other, and how it's according to the self, it's the other is present there. So it's very interesting when you read these writers. I'd like to, in very brief, talk about one more issue, and then maybe I take up some writers, 3-4 writers, before we all have lunch together. So a lot of people nowadays, when they talk of transnationalism, Now, this is for the research scholars. Transnationalism, please do not take it as a synonym to diaspora. There is a difference. Increasingly, you will find the migrants are shuttling between countries and home. So it could be one country, two countries, three countries. Okay? And rather than settling in one state, post society, what we are talking of. So that's a difference, one thing. Such migrants, we call them as transnationals, who create and maintain multiple ties across several national boundaries at their free will. At their free will. And therefore, transnationalism is defined as a social process whereby migrants operate in social fields that transgress geographic, political, and cultural boundaries. You have one writer, Leonard, who has argued this, that it should be in context of it should be understood with a heightened globalization, and changes prompted by this globalization reinforce one another. So they keep changing the places. People have spoken about transnational migrants have been delineated into categories also, depending on the intentions and paths traversed by them. And they utilize the word concept shuttle migrants or cultural commuters. That is the term we use for these people. Shuttle migrants or cultural commuters, and that is referred to the migrants that travel to and fro with no intention, remember, no intention of residing permanently. That's again a difference. They don't stay permanently there. So you have international migrants who are potential immigrants. They keep on traveling. They converge into diverse, diasporic communities, and then they take expertise and skills with them, their culture, their lifestyle, and then they not only carry it's not a baggage. They use that there, and they also transform to a greater degree, in converging the other people there. So it's a greater degree of connection between individual communities and societies across borders, and bringing about changes in socio, cultural, economic, political landscape of societies or origin or destination. So it's a cross-connected, comprehended as connectedness, across borders, formal, informal, or frequent cross-border activities. And there are three dimensions of transnationalism. We have socio, political, economic, and demigration. So you can understand that. In short, I just say transnationalism acts as a bridge between nations. And that is important for you to understand. Now, I'd like to just give you few, examples if we try to comprehend, impressions of migration, hybridity. So some prominent women writers, Bharti Mukherjee, most of you all have read these, so I'm referring to them. Some girl came to me, Inheritance of Laws, though it's become very outdated, but yes, since you're working on it. Bharti Mukherjee's second novel is Wife, and it's again a story of predicament of cross-cultural dichotomy and its negative impact on the protagonist is Dimple there. That reminds me, French Lover by Taslima. The lady gets married and from Calcutta she goes to France. So how difficult these women find the protagonist. And the story builds up how she's caught between two cultures of East and West, the past and present. And the life in America with its immigrant problems create a lot of chaos and disorder in the relationships between husband and wife also, because husband had been staying for years there and the wife after marriage goes there. So the novel exposes how a woman's immigrant experience, her encounter with new culture, they are all bound to be different from that of course, a man. There are different experiences, gender comes here, and a woman needs love, care, and time, and the husband is compelled to work all the time. So there is a question of marginalized. A woman becomes an immigrant, marginalized there. So this is very important for you to understand when I'm talking about this. And she Okay, so I am asked to conclude in 5 6 minutes, which thank you. So Bharti Mukherjee reveals, from uh, the pain of these characters, and it gives a dual shock to this migration and cultural transplant, how it lends to the crisis of identity and kind of final reconciliation to the problem of displaced person in America. I'm not going to detail of evaluation of this text. Uh, that's very important text. If you would like to read, please do that. Another reference, uh, is and how she emerges at the end, from victim to winner. That's the journey of these women, immigrants. You have another writer, Chumpa Lady, as somebody said, from who's known for her depiction of immigrants of Indian American life. The universal theme of diaspora is their loneliness, lost self, barriers of communication. Language is a big barrier there. So all these remain as a center of her stories also. And it's the namesake is another text. If you have read, that is a very wisely received kind of a novel for her depth kind of a portrayal of immigrant experience and the complex issues of cultural and generational gaps are discussed. That the story travels between Calcutta, Boston, New York City, examining the nuances involved with being caught between two cultures and also highly distinct religious, social, and ideological differences. So, thus, the setting of socio-cultural constructs between generations, identity, and boundaries are there, And Ashima is the character, if you remember, beautifully, lot of sensitivity. She says, without a single grandparent or parent or uncle or aunt at my side, the baby's birth, like almost everything else in America, feels somehow haphazard. It's like giving a birth to a baby and the problems you go through. So it's like you are entering into the world so alone, nobody is there to take care of you, and so deprived. So, in many ways, these are the experiences you will have. Somebody who referred during tea time, Kiran Desai's Inheritance of Laws, and that, of course, stands as one of the finest works of Indian diaspora literature. It talks of multiple inner experiences of diaspora people away from the motherland, set in the New York City and in Kalimpong, a small town in India. So you can how he, the protagonist, a young lad, he envied the English, he loathed Indians, and he worked at being English with passion of hatred. He says, despised everyone. And then he said, I didn't want the assimilation. He felt like estranged Indian living in India. So that is important. And with the last, like much celebrated author these days in academic circle, I had the fortune of meeting her twice. And in fact, good bonding. It's worth mentioning is Chitra Banerjee Devakaruni. Uh, Her last novel, latest one, was Independence. She talks about that, and of course, a biography of Sudha Murthy. So, her literary output treats all shades of identity crisis, such as alienation, marginalization, despair, nostalgia. And if you go through her novel, Sister of My Heart, she has chosen ordinary characters who generally live inside and outside the purview of, Indian social setup. And through them, Divakarni, you will find she gives us the glimpse of socio-cultural conditions prevalent in India and outside for the immigrants. She, in fact, draws a mythic framework. You know, you have it contributes to the center of female universe. She has the yearning, and there are a lot of, as I said, some of them have autobiographical elements. So she agrees to it that yes, I miss sometimes for the land of her origin, her pride in rich literature, folklore, and her reverence for religion. All that gets, neatly, numerously interwoven there. And she explores the life of Indian families there, migrated families. She discusses socio-cultural, psychological transplantation when they move from one culture to another and the problems faced by them, fear of losing identity, loneliness, and very important, the language. She's dealt with all these complexities of the cultural gap of these Indian families in the West, very intimately, very tenderly, and her. But what is important is her characters also transform in the end of the, they displace from the displaced existence. You will find they get in better into the advantageous environment they create. So, in the Palace of Illusions, Draupadi's myths, in Forest of Enchantment, Sita, if we see. So she has restructured and retold the myths. We will debate about retelling, how important it is, whether we spoil it. So I had, as I said, the fortune of meeting her twice. And for me, like she said, I was discussing with her over dinner, and she said, for me, cultural roots are very important. I don't want to see anything, I'm not nostalgic, but for me, these cultural roots are very important, and therefore I employ the myths because this helps me to sustain, it gives me strength, a strong sense of identity. Give me 1 minute, dear. Avtar Bra in his book says, cartographies of diaspora, contesting identities, he mentions in relation to all these writers, the sounds and smells, its heat and dust, balmy summer evening, somber gray skies in the middle of the day. All this as mediated by the historically specific of everyday social relations you will find. In other ways, you have varying experiences of pains and pleasure, terrors and contentment, highs and lows, he says. And similar, sentiments are echoed in all the writings, of these people. So thus, I'm coming to the last part of it. It can be opinionated here that multiculturalism is that parcel of civilization which has continued to ignite various human emotions, creativity, societies, reforming, resisting, and diaspora is all about creation. Creation of new identities, creation of spaces for growth, boundaries to limit and explore, resolutions of conflict and a new culture, either composite or plural. That is to say, diasporic writings are constructed not on the principles of harmony, but on the principles of similarity. See, diaspora, as I said, has been evolving. It's dynamic. It's not static. In the age of globalization, you cannot stop this migration. Physical migration is every minute. What we have to work on, ladies and gentlemen, on mental diaspora. And that is important. I'd like to quote and end here because one of my very close friends, we keep discussing, some of you know Professor Nilofer Barucha. And she always asked me, what next, Kalpan? What next? My answer to her and alike to other friends, I'd like to quote Mahatma Gandhi when he said in Young India, I do not want my house to be walled in all sides and my windows to be stuffed. I want the culture of all lands to be blown about my house as freely as possible. But, that's important, I refuse to be blown off my feet by any of them. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patient hearing. Thank you. Thank you for waiting, standing, and I'm sorry, apologize for it. Thank you.
Need not apologize because sessions like these are quite common, and we do we need lots of time, but unfortunately, for want of time, again we need to cut short because of various reasons, and so I just wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to Madam for giving very deep and intensive, extensive insights into the various epochs of diasporic writers. And ma'am, as you said, most of the scholars are working on diaspora, though the topic has become very stale, but it is still evolutionary. And from Madam's speech, we understand that multiculturalism is very, very important, especially in an era of globalization, which is eternally changing. So it's like the maxim goes, be a Roman in Rome. So wherever, if you go to Tamil Nadu, you will have to behave yourself as a Tamilian. You go to Maharashtra, we have to accept that particular culture and then try to be a Maharashtrian. If you go to the United States, certainly we need to adopt that particular culture. So thank you so much, ma'am, for creating an awareness in all of us. But my dear delegates, don't forget, be always attached and associated to your roots, because mother culture is more important, than the adopted culture. But let's try to balance both, because both are very, very important for our living and struggle for existence that is a part and parcel of life. So thank you all. Thank you so much, ma'am, for really giving insights into diaspora. And so, yeah, dear delegates, we would be very happy if you can, a couple of you can ask questions on this particular session. And after that, we will also give opportunity to the delegates to ask questions on blue humanities and the topic which was already dealt by the keynote speaker this morning. So first we will have, sir. Please. Okay, so first we will have questions on madam's session. A couple of questions.
Good afternoon, madam, and good afternoon, sir. Thank you for introducing us to newer topics. Actually, my first question is to madam. As you are talking about diaspora literature, would we also be able to include Albert Camus' Roots and Francis Kafka's Fiesta? Because they are also talking about expats. But I didn't find Albert Camus' Roots, because that's such a huge Alex Shelley's Roots, such a huge literature, talking about roots, talking about the African Americans. Yes, Alex Shelley's.
I don't think I can place it because that's an existential area where you have the sense of loneliness because of the destruction, massive destruction which took place, and people lost faith in life. Right. So there is a marginal difference when you're dealing with this. Is what I said, because a lot of people understand, even the word came to us when we were talking of Jews dispersion, but it isn't the same. Now it's a more of a metaphoric. But you can, if you want to discuss, you have to validate your points when you're discussing this text, in light of that. But for me personally, I feel that was more of the existential problem, which is closely associated, but that was out of destruction. And, I feel there's a difference there.
Francis Kafka's Fiesta.
Kafka's, yes. That's in the, like when he says why a man should live and why not we resort to exile. Right. So that is the extreme when you lose faith in life. These people are going out of the homeland, whether they are forced or for a better living, or they are forced by the situation, whether it's a religion, whether it's social, political, but they are looking for life. Here you will find that these people don't look for life. There is more of the, the death is more important for them.
Madam, thank you. My question to sir is, you mentioned Herman Melville's Moby Dick, sir. There's more than ocean literature. It's actually a clash between ego and alter ego. That's what I find.
Yeah, fine. Uh, I do really validate your reading. Fine. It could be taken at the metaphorical level. You could take it as a clash between ego and alter ego. But I was primarily talking about the materiality of the setting in that, and also the kind of oceanographic accuracy that Melville follows while narrating that. Understanding of a blue whale. If I sorry, is it a blue whale? Killer whale. Killer whale. He talks about a killer whale, which is different from blue whale. So that is the point of accuracy, and the description of number of experiences in the sea, and maybe at the human level, that it again depends upon, do we have an anthropocentric reading of that, or do we have an ecocentric reading of that? So you could have perspective. That's the real marvel of any literature. It gives you layers of interpretation.
Yeah, I think this is what he wants to say. We all of us agree that we have different perspectives. You can evaluate and read your any text with any kind of, you have multiple layers. And as who was the critic who said that every new reading you have a new meaning emerges in 84 the book came out, and he also discussed Jane Austen's. He says I can go back to 16th, 17th, 18th centuries and bring out a new interpretation. So it's all no, not fish. So I think that also depends on different perspectives. So the way you put, address the question, you can read but as I said, validate your interpretation. And could I have your name? You should have introduced. This is for the research scholars. When you put a question, please, introduce yourself, your name, and the college you come from.
I am scholar Arul Jyoti, scholar of Dr. Twinkle here. I am into my third semester. I am working as a vice principal of Loyola College, Secunderabad, Alva.
Okay. Nice meeting you. Thank you. Anyone else? Sonali ma'am, we disperse for lunch now because they all have lost their energy, I guess. Okay.
So, thank you, sir and madam. And we now break for lunch just for 40 minutes. We'll be back at 2:15 in the same hall, and we have online plenary by Professor Daniel S. Harper from Christian Brothers University. So please, my dear colleagues, my delegates, please go for your lunch, have a sumptuous meal, and then come back. But let's not sleep in the afternoon, please. The venue is the C block corridor lobby. I'm sorry. So lunch is served in the C block lobby. Let's all proceed to have lunch. Let's my humble request to all the participants to come and fill up the front rows so that Sir will have a closer view of each one of you. I request all the participants sitting at the back to come and fill the front rows, please. Thank you, my dear friends. So, good afternoon once again. And this afternoon, we have, as I've already told you in the morning session, another interesting and exciting plenary speech by Professor Daniel S. Harper, Christian Brothers University, who specializes in applied linguistics. Sir, we are very happy to have you, and we are hats off to you and kudos to you, sir, for being here much earlier than all of us. That shows the punctuality that you maintain, and we are really carried away by your sweet smiles, sir. And before I invite you formally to give the plenary, I request my colleague Dr. T.S. Rajeshwari, Assistant Professor from the Department of English, to introduce Professor Harper to the gathering.
Good afternoon. I'm more obliged to read the profile of Dr. Daniel Harper. Dr. Daniel Harper has been working in international education for past 26 years. In 1998, he earned his master's degree in ESL and English literature from the University of Memphis and subsequently moved to Lima, Peru in 2000 to develop the English language curriculum for a bilingual school. In 2004, he returned to University of Memphis for what would be a 17-year period of teaching and researching. In his intensive English program, Dr. Harper oversaw curriculum, instructor for professional development, technology integration, and assessment. A particular course he designed on Memphis music and civil rights movement for Japanese partner university became the basis for his dissertation research on place identity and language learning, resulting in his PhD in applied linguistics from University of Memphis in 2018. In 2021, Dr. Harper took on the role of Associate Vice President for International Initiatives at Christian Brothers University, Memphis, Tennessee. In this role, Dr. Harper has represented CPU domestically and internationally. He is the co-author of U.S. Commercial Service Affiliated Organization Studies, Tennessee. He was also recently appointed as the District Export Representative to West Tennessee by the U.S. Secretary of Commerce. Dr. Harper also serves as the Dean of Graduate School and Associate Vice President of Enrollment Management at CBU. These duties have taken him to 9 countries over the past 2 years. Sir, thank you very much, sir. We are more obliged to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for this for that meaningful profile, which really shows Professor Harper to be a committed, dedicated, responsible, and very sincere professor. Thank you, sir, for being with us. And over to Professor Harper.
first week, he may not have felt comfortable writing fully in English. The more likely his audience at this point is in Japan. So if we look at the translation of what he wrote here, he said, I can make new friends every day through basketball. It was first time for me to join a pickup game. It was super fun, just practicing speaking English when I'm free. It's a wonderful environment. It's not him, but I have a first friend the same age. Haha. I will make my own place. So even in his first weeks, he realizes that making your own place means that you have an attachment, that you have legitimacy in the place where you are studying the language. And it happens to be with this student that it's through basketball and friendship, these social lessons. Okay, so this was in 2012. I was able to interview him for and nice. But the students seemed to be sad. Before I saw the picture, my guess was that they felt so happy because they could come to a school which had good equipment at last. But environment. My role at Christian Brothers University over international initiatives, I actively recruit students to the university, help them become adjusted to the campus, especially the academic requirements. And so what I've seen time and time again is that students who demonstrate linguistic flexibility are more likely to succeed in their academic classes and obviously have better job opportunities once they graduate. There is another way that linguistic flexibility is used, and it has more to do with pedagogy. So a broad range of language practices characterized by hybridity and variation within classroom spaces, right? So within the classroom, you can also have linguistic flexibility. But really, like I said, I'll be kind of talking more broadly about the adaptation that we all have when we are using our English in different environments. So part of this, I think there are some words that in linguistics, so linguistic diversity, so the different languages we use, in code switching, when we switch from one mode of using English or second language or translanguaging when we're bringing different languages together. So I think for what we'll be talking about the rest of this presentation, code switching is probably the way that we should be thinking about this linguistic flexibility. So when I was thinking about the title that of my presentation today, I was thinking about so over the past 3 years since I've come to Christian Brothers University, I have interacted with hundreds of students from South India. So Christian Brothers programs that are very quite popular for students in computer science, and so I have many interactions. And early on in these interactions, I came across the word needful, which was a word that in American English is really quite uncommon. And so I dove in and started looking at the history of the word needful. And so it came into the English language actually in the 12th century. But if we look at publications, we can see here from the Google book Ngram Viewer that it was in the mid-1800s that it really exploded in use and then kind of trailed off after that. And you can find it in this this basically colonial publication. You don't have to go dig too far to realize when it was written with one of the authors. It's Colonel Henry Newell. So he in his preference, in his preface, he uses the word needful when he said, I had not in fact the linguistic requirements needful for carrying through such an undertaking alone. So this term needful was quite common in the 1800s, late 1800s. And if you look it up in the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary, you find it as an adjective, not as a noun, as it is often used in Indian English, right? And so the meaning is quite simple. And so here is the British Advanced Learners Dictionary. If we move over to the American Oxford Dictionary, it doesn't even give you a definition. It just says it's an old-fashioned, right? That you don't use it in American English. And so going back to this idea of linguistic flexibility, and thinking about the huge migration of students from India to the United States, really you have a movement of this word needful from South Asia to North America. And as you might assume, when people are doing Google searches, this actually can be seen visually in the number of times that people have searched for do the needful through Google, right? So we have this rise. So as students have moved from South Asia to other parts of the world, this expression is moving with them. And even on Google, you can see people searching, trying to figure out, okay, what is this expression? So what does this trend reveal about global migrations from India? This is really kind of where I'm starting to bring the various points of place, identity, language learning all together. Here at the University of North Texas, there's an administrator there, Peter Ceremonial, who does these wonderful graphics where he looks at student mobility, not just from India, but from around the world. And so, it should be no surprise that over the past 3-4 years, that there has been huge demand from India to study in the United States. And so if we look at the number of student visas issued by the United States, that India plays it's a huge percentage of that, reaching sometimes 40% total of the visas that are issued by the United States. And so as I was looking through this expression, do the needful, I came across this video from 2015. So I apologize if some of you have seen this before, and I hope that the sound works for you. Hey guys, I'm watching a lot of people on YouTube covers. I kind of wanted to do my own spin on the song that I wrote. Oh. So it may be that I'm not sure if you can hear the audio when I play this. I am coming at you, 2015. Senior is present with so much stuff to do. Why don't we ever do that? Start from the techie in your office. Be direct. I like his school. Sometimes we don't want to escalate. Ignore the etiquette. Please. And I sent an email that wants something done. I think please. This don't do the needful. When I need to migrate to the production server, I think please. Migrate, go to the needful. When I need to approve my expenses, please. Approach out, go to the needful. When my account is not and the one written, please do the needfuls. So I have a feeling that the audio is not that you cannot hear it there. But yeah, I did want to point out that what I appreciate about this is you have a comedian who also works in the tech sector in Bangalore, who is bringing together this expression, obviously working in an international environment, tech company, and running into the situation where you have people not from India who are not aware of this expression, and he bringing together this music form from the United States that now is obviously globally rap music quite popular. So I really appreciate what he did here. So I'm kind of bringing together several things here. So here we have this expression, do the needful. And what I'm seeing is that we're moving into a time where global citizenship is confronted with nationalism, right? So if we think about, there's an identity spectrum where you see yourself as a global citizen, that you are interested in things outside of your home culture, things outside of your nation, your nation. Are making accommodations to make it easier for you to communicate in possibly a second language or in a different variation of your language. So, like the example of Indian English or American English. So, Indians who choose to study abroad, there's no doubt that today that any English language country that they go to, that they will be facing nationalism when they arrive there. And so the picture on the right is a congressperson from the United States aligned with former President Trump. So this was at the State of the Union address just last week that President Biden gave. And so she kind of embodies right now nationalism in the United States. And so what I want to do is, again, I wanted to kind of share a short video about nationalism. And again, I think that the audio might not be, you might not be able to hear the audio, but it does have subtitles, so I hope that that it's clear here.
Nationalism is as relevant political science in the 21st century as it was in the 20th century.
Nationalism is long and historically normatively viewed and constant. It's been associated with xenophobia and war, identified on the one hand, and on the other hand, with democratic revolution and the greater provision of public goods. In our elements of variety of nationalism, we move beyond the simple distinction between good and bad nationalism, propose a new framework.
We argue that most nationalism scholarship relates to three key questions.
First, does the nation exist?
A broad Yugoslav national idea existed through the 1980s. In the 1990s, however, the Yugoslav national community had fragmented, both among elites and everyday citizens, into other national identities, and Yugoslavian nationalism ceased to exist.
Two, how do national narratives vary? National communities vary tremendously in terms of whether their founding national narratives are scripted and fiction. At its founding, India's national narrative was relatively unscripted. It's like the Indian nation was not defined through the six identities of race, religion, and ethnicity, whereas neighboring Pakistan had its national identity much more closely defined by Islam.
But national communities also vary in terms of thickness,
or how many markers like geography, language, and culture define the nation. France, because it has a single shared national language, could be said to have a thicker national identity than neighboring Switzerland, which does not.
The third question is, when do national narratives matter? Today, there's little doubt that Ukraine's national identity is very salient, both within the country and abroad.
Everywhere, The salient of a national identity typically rises during.
Scholars of nationalism should explicitly situate their research questions vis-a-vis the five key dimensions we lay out: elite fragmentation, popular fragmentation, ascriptiveness, thickness, and salience.
Variations in these five dimensions of nationalism have clear policy implications.
National communities characterized by deep and enduring popular and elite fragmentation are unlikely to endure, and they're in danger of fragmenting into separate national communities.
National communities with cohesion are more likely to be able to solve important collective action problems.
Finally, national communities with divergent levels of elite and popular fragmentation are more likely to experience network politics.
Okay. So just to summarize there, the video mentions 5 dimensions of nationalism. So elite fragmentation and popular fragmentation of national communities. So the leaders, are they in favor of fragmenting the larger nation into something more concentrated within these ideologies? Is the popular people, is there a popular movement towards this? Ascriptiveness, meaning do you identify with the place and the characteristics of that place? Thickness would be the strength, right? So you have these national narratives of culture, place, and the strength of those narratives. And then finally, salience of national identities. How visible is that identity outside of the area? So I'm going to wrap up today by asking some questions that I hope will bring together all of the points that I presented today. So the first has to do with students studying abroad. And I asked the question, is it necessary for Indians studying abroad to accommodate those from non-Indian English backgrounds, right? So again, I work with a lot of students from the tech sector, and I often ask myself the question, do they need to accommodate, do they need to adjust to American English in order to be successful in their academics and professionally? I think that the word needful will play a role here. So will needful become a measure of the success of the Indian diaspora? So 10, 20 years from now, if we see needful common in other varieties of English, in British English, American English, Australian English, then I think that will be a measure of the success that Indians have had in these other nations. And will nationalistic movements and policies prevent or discourage Indians from engaging as global citizens, right? So we know that there's the demand for students to study internationally. The movements that we're seeing currently, the nationalistic movements, what effect will that have on the student mobility? And what effect will that have on Indian students seeing themselves as part of something larger than South Asian culture? For the linguists in the room, I have some questions for you. Do you see place and places attachments as viable concepts for discourse analysis? So looking at the way that identities are constructed around the language that we use. How does place play a role in that construction? And how do place attachments make this identity construction easier or stronger? 2, how does place increase or diminish language learners' investment? Right. So we know that English language learners, if they invest in their language learning, they're more likely to become successful. Right. So how does place factor into that investment? And personally, in your experience, how does place inform language learner identity, right? So when you have certain topics that you're using in English language class, does one related to one place versus another place change the way that the learner is connected to it, the interest that they have in it? Do they apply it to their English language identity? And for the English language professors in the audience, do you see yourself integrating content-based curriculum into your lesson planning? So I think it's easy to construct a class around listening and speaking, for example. But how does a content-based curriculum? So, for example, if you were to use, let's say, Memphis Music in a listening and speaking class in which the students are learning about that, but being asked to listen and speak in that class, how do you see yourself integrating that? The second point, how can international place-based curriculum design help students navigate tensions between global citizenship and nationalism, right? So I think it's pretty easy to see how, whether it's through empathy, whether it's through place identification, that the majority of teachers that I know want their students to become more globally minded, more open-minded around other cultures. So I think that we're going to see a strong tension in the coming years between that approach to learning and the nationalistic movements that we're seeing rising around the world. So with that, I would like to thank you all for your time and attention. I hope that the conference continues to be quite enjoyable for you all. I think that you're in the first day, so I hope that you all enjoy the time that you have together. And I'll be happy to, if there is a question period, I'll be happy to take some time for that.
Thank you so much, sir. That was indeed an amazing, thought-provoking and inspiring insights that you have given into the importance of place. And sir, you have cited many examples, live examples of students who have come to Memphis University and had a lived experience of what it is all about studying in universities, in alien places, in strange places. So we do understand that we should get attached to the place where we are put in. Otherwise, life becomes very difficult for us to keep the ball rolling. So thank you so much, sir, once again, for really making our day very brightening, lightening, and very meaningful one. And sir, now our scholars, our delegates would like to ask you a few questions and clarify many things with you. So the platform is open to all the delegates to ask queries, and our dear professor is ready to clarify your doubts.
Good afternoon, sir. The beginning, when you are talking about a place, one of your scholars from Japan.
I'm having difficulty hearing. Maybe I think when you're closer to the computer, I can hear. Thank you.
The beginning of your presentation, one of your scholars from Japan, as you mentioned, says that I could not imagine that black people could be treated this way, but now I know why. You have mentioned that. Actually, why? That's what my question is.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I think I just mentioned about place-based language learning. And so, in a place like Memphis, where the music and history is so salient, everywhere you go, you can feel it. And actually, I've been to places in India where you have the same feeling. So, so being intentional in the curriculum design, right? So it's not just that you're reading text, but listening to music, visiting places, right? Where, so to give you an example, we had the picture of the 9 Black students that attended the high school for the first time. And so they had read about it, they had seen some videos. And in these videos, you see the students trying to enter the high school. And so 9 Black students, they're all teenagers. And you have these white adults yelling at them, spitting at them, and soldiers trying to protect them. And so standing on the street there, time after time, these students from Japan said, now I understand history. Now it's real for me, right? And so I think it really does take an imaginative. So if you're only getting it from a book, it really does take a strong imagination to make that real. And so for, I think, the more common person, if you are able to travel and be in a place, it becomes real and important.
Thank you, sir. I thought it was still at that time it was still there, so probably she was experiencing personally. But now, from your explanation, what I understand is that you have exposed to them to the archives, the videos, the past. Because my question was why? Now why? Means because I thought probably it's still present when the students were on campus, but it's not so.
I'm sorry, could you repeat it again? And maybe
yeah, you took the Japanese students to visit or watch the videos of the past. When the student mentioned why, now I understand why. I thought probably the students still witnessed such kind of discrimination, but it's not so.
Yeah, so today we still have great division in the United States. The city of Memphis has economic divisions, you have racial divisions, but at the same time, over the past 20 years, it has become quite metropolitan, where you go to areas and hear many different languages. Obviously, you can mix those to different types of food, and a lot of that has to do with industry. So we're the headquarters of FedEx and St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, so people coming from all around the world. But it's pretty easy to see discrimination still today. And so I think that's exactly why this type of teaching is so important for our students.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
My pleasure.
You want the scholars to ask more questions, please?
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yes, I'm a full-time research scholar here, sir. I have done with my research, and I want to know about the opportunities regarding PDF there, sir. Postdoctoral fellow.
I'm sorry, I am having trouble hearing. Can you say it
Yes,
one more
so I want to know about. Yes, I want to know about the opportunities for research scholars here for PDF programs, sir. There in foreign. What kind of
Okay.
opportunities? My
Yeah.
research area is cultural studies, sir.
Yeah, so I think we all as students can say, okay, I'm going to work hard and I'm going to write beautiful things. But, ultimately it frequently comes down to the social connections you have. So research opportunities and where you can go. So I think it's extremely important to reach out to scholars that are publishing in the areas that you're interested in. Actually make those connections, ask them questions, ask them permission to do certain things. So, when I was first doing my research, whether it was through academia.com or ResearchGate, making those connections and commenting on the work that scholars are doing. I think that's important. Yeah, you kind of have to be a little bit brave and say, I'm very interested in your research, and just send an email to a researcher and say, I'm working on this. Could you please help me with this concept? Or even offering a paragraph of what you're writing and say, would you comment if you think this is on the right track? And it's through those connections, and you never know. You might get an invitation to a conference. You might say, I'm looking for a research assistant. Would you like to come study here? But it really, you have to have the academics, you have to have the talent, but it's also the social networks that play a huge role in opportunities.
Yeah, kind of collaboration. You're saying.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Dear Professor Daniel Harper, thank you very much for being with us today. Though it's early morning to you, 4:15, and we are really enlightened by your do the needful. Thank you, sir. You have done lots of needful to us. Thanks, kudos to you. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much for your coordination, cooperation, and making our online session technically free. We are liberated now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay. Have a good day, everyone.
So, dear delegates, in a few minutes from now on, we will be having parallel sessions, and already I think you know your rooms that are allotted. So, we have the following rooms. I'll just read the room numbers. We have 406, F406. The in-house scholars and faculty may be able to help you if you don't know. So please proceed to the following rooms. F406. Have your tea and go, okay? I'm just reading out. And then we also have F407. Then we have F506. F507. Then we have F606. F606. Okay, so these are the rooms. I repeat again: F406, F407, F506, 50, 7. Okay. So, and yeah, F606. So these are the rooms allotted for offline sessions of your paper presentations. And we will break for tea at 3:50. At 3:50. So in the meanwhile, you can just take some time to go through your papers and articles because you will have to be presenting. And once you have your tea, you can proceed to your respective rooms. And there you will have the chairpersons for the sessions. And accordingly, you will give your presentations, please. And everyone, please make your presentations. And by any means, if we have not included your names or for some reason or the other, apologies for that. So please don't feel bad about it. You can also make presentations extempore. So this is a request from the department, from the organizers to all of you. So don't feel bad that your names are not visible in the sheets or in the mails or whatever mode of communication that has been given. So please, you can go to any of these rooms and you can make a presentation. Just give your name and make a presentation. Okay, so I understand the tea is ready to the right side of the auditorium morning that we had. So all of us, let's proceed to have tea. And after presentations, once again, we'll be back here, my dear colleagues, for a short entertainment. Our students, our KLEF students, Swara Club students will be entertaining you with their cultural programs. So please, it's a humble request again. We want all of you to enjoy, have a wonderful evening and then go back so that you have a peaceful sleep and come back tomorrow morning. So let's break for tea now. Yeah, all of you, the presenters can meet Dr. Farhad. Okay, Dr. Farhad for offline presentations.